morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to HSBC Future Skills Development Project, Belt and Road Youth Forum 2021, Sustainability on the Move. I am your MC today, Annette. The Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups Leadership Institute aims to promote youth leadership in Hong Kong. The HSBC Future Skills Development Project was therefore initiated with focus on developing future skills, especially financial capabilities, intercultural understanding, and innovation and technology. Today's Belt and Road Youth Forum is one of the projects in the project. Organized by the Institute and powered by HSBC, this one-day online forum aims to engage government officials, industry experts, and young people to build a more sustainable future under the backdrop of the Belt and Road Initiative. To kickstart the forum, may I now invite Mr. Andy Ho, Executive Director of the Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups, to share a welcoming remark with us. Mr. Ho, please.
尊敬的外交部王琦主任 Director General Huang, Secretary Chris Hui, distinguished guests, young leaders, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups Leadership Institute, I would like to welcome you to the Belt and Road Youth Forum 2021, focusing on sustainability on the move. As you know, in 2013, the Chinese government put forward the Belt and Road Initiative to connect continents and people together. The initiative connects China with Asia, as well as the South Pacific, the Middle East and Eastern Africa, all the way to Europe. But we live in a world facing both a major climate crisis and a health pandemic. We are all behind schedule in meeting the Sustainability Development Goals by 2030. Our task now is to consider how we can link all these factors together under the Belt and Road Initiative. And that is the purpose of today's forum. The Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups Leadership Institute, together with HSBC, has organized this HSBC Future Skills Development Project, Belt and Road Youth Forum, so that young people can make connections with government officials and industry experts to find ways to build a more sustainable future. The forum will enable participants to review the progress of the initiatives. Perhaps we set goals, linking the Belt and Road with the agenda of the developmental goals, and seek ways to resolve current issues that challenge us. Most importantly, this forum aims to connect people, especially young people, who have been unable to meet because of the pandemic. Taking advantage of the modernized digital debate chamber in the former Finland Magistracy, this one-day online forum has the ambition to bring all these links together. This would not have been possible without many people whom I would like to thank. Director General Huang, Secretary Chris Hui, and all the distinguished speakers and moderators, and especially HSBC and all our supporting organizations for their generous support. Thank you too to the participants and audience joining us online. These are not easy topics, but I trust that with passion and determination, you will all be able to contribute and find ways to achieve a sustainable community along Belt and Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ho. We are pleased to have Mr. Christopher Ho, Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury, as our guest of honor. He will share a few words with us in the opening session. Let's enjoy.
Director General Wang, Andy, young people, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great pleasure to join the Belt and Road Youth Forum 2021. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak to the industry experts and our young generation here today on our commitments in sustainable development in view of the opportunities arising from the Belt and Road Initiative. I particularly like the theme of today's forum, sustainability on the move. It reminds us we have to keep pace with the rapid changes when it comes to sustainable development. To that end, Hong Kong has multiple roles to play, and the government has taken a series of proactive and multi-pronged steps to help Hong Kong ride on our advantages as an international financial center and a global offshore renminbi business hub, and to develop ourselves into a green and sustainable finance center. First of all, we aim to turn Hong Kong into the major investment and financing center for the Belt and Road Initiative. To encourage more investors and fundraisers from the mainland, Asia, and the Belt and Road region to participate in Hong Kong's bond market, the government has introduced a series of measures, from attracting enterprises to issue bonds in Hong Kong, promoting investors' participation, to expanding our green and sustainable finance market. Second, with a view to enhancing Hong Kong's status as the global offshore renminbi business hub, we will continue to explore with the industry and relevant mainland authorities on the expansion of the channels for two-way flow of cross-boundary renminbi funds, as well as the enhancement and expansion of mutual access schemes between the financial markets of the mainland and Hong Kong. Results are very encouraging so far, as recently the southbound trading of Bond Connect and the cross-boundary Wealth Management Connect were both launched in September 2021. They will strengthen Hong Kong's status as the premier gateway for overseas investors to access the mainland financial markets and further contribute to the two-way opening up of the mainland's capital markets to the rest of the world. We see great opportunities from the development of green and sustainable finance, and through that, we can serve to support our country's 2030 and 2060 targets for carbon emission peak and carbon neutrality. The government will continue to develop and consolidate Hong Kong's position as the leading hub for green and sustainable finance in the region, and is making great progress on various fronts. We have so far issued government green bonds of over $7 billion, and it will help to achieve our own goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. We will continue to provide the necessary infrastructure and catalyst for promoting market development and attracting issuers to utilize the green finance market of Hong Kong. The Shenzhen Municipal People's Government just issued offshore renminbi government bonds, including green bonds in Hong Kong. This is the first time a mainland municipal government issues green bonds outside of the mainland, and it's a very encouraging development. On the other hand, we have launched the Green and Sustainable Finance Grant Scheme in May this year to provide grants for eligible bond issuers and loan borrowers to cover the expenses on bond issuance and external review services. Other than those I mentioned, the HKEX has signed the Green and Investment Principles for the Belt and Road in 2019 to encourage environmentally responsible investment and financing for projects within the Belt and Road region. Further down the road, we will continue to capitalize on the enormous green finance opportunities presented by the Greater Bay Area and the Belt and Road Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, just now I've shared with you our roles in developing green finance and the opportunities brought by the Belt and Road Initiative, as well as our efforts in the government to promote sustainable development. With these opportunities ahead, I feel very confident about the prosperous future of Hong Kong. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the HKFYG Leadership Institute at HSBC for organizing such a meaningful forum today. I wish you all a rewarding event and the best of health and business in the new year 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. He. The Belt and Road Initiative was put forward by the government of China in 2013 to connect China with Southeast and South Asia, Central Asia, and Europe by land, and the South Pacific, the Middle East, and Eastern Africa all the way to Europe by sea route. The initiative aims to promote policy coordination, infrastructure connectivity, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and connecting people. Today, we are very honored to have Mr. Wang Qi, Director General of the International Department, the Office of the Commissioner of the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Hong Kong, here with us today to share with us a keynote speech. Mr. Wang, please.
Thank you. Mr. Executive Director Andy Hall, Mr. Secretary Christopher Hui, dear friends, good morning. I'm very pleased to be invited by Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups to have an exchange with you on building a green belt and road. I've been doing a lot of homework since I accepted this invitation. Piles of papers, documents. This is just one of them, trust me. So first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the holding of this Belt and Road Forum. 8 years ago, President Xi Jinping first proposed the Silk Road Economic Belt Initiative. Within a month, he proposed the 21st Century Maritime Silk Road Initiative. Since then, the Belt and Road Initiative has opened a new chapter in international cooperation. The core value of BRI is enhancing all-round connectivity through infrastructure construction. It aims to explore new driving force for the world economic growth and build a new platform for world economic cooperation. Since its inception about 8 years ago, the BRI has received strong endorsement and warm support of the international community. Today, 140 countries and 32 international organizations have signed more than 200 documents on BRI cooperation with China. The BRI has delivered fruitful outcomes in boosting economic growth and improving people's lives in participating countries. And meanwhile, the BRI vision has been included in documents of major international institutions, including the United Nations, G20, APEC, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Indeed, the BRI has become the world's largest programmatic cooperation platform and the most popular emerging international public goods. With the continuous spread of COVID-19 and the deep recession of the world economy, the global industrial chain and the supply chain received deep impact. International trade and investment shrink. Unilateralism and protectionism continue to rise, and economic globalization suffers setbacks. Against these backdrops, the BRI has demonstrated strong resilience and vitality, and has played an important role in fighting the epidemic, stabilizing the world economy, and protecting the people's livelihood. All parties have committed firm in their active support for the BRI, and China's determination to promote international cooperation on the BRI will remain unchanged. Dear friends, the Green Silk Road is an important part of the BRI. And the Chinese government attaches great importance to the Green Belt and Road. President Xi Jinping pointed out that green should be the background color of the cooperation of BRI. At the second Belt and Road Forum on International Cooperation, China and the participating countries pledged to promote green development, carry out environmentally friendly cooperation projects, and address the challenges of environmental degradation and climate change. To this end, we are strengthening international cooperation on the Green Silk Road in accordance with the principles of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits with our partners in the BRI, which are as follows. First, we promote the construction of green infrastructure to ensure energy conservation, environmental and ecological protection in related projects. Some projects have been honored with the environmental protection awards from the host countries and international organizations. Second, we strengthen green energy cooperation and reduce carbon emissions through the development of clean and renewable energy. As far as I know, we have built the world's largest CSP station in the Middle East, the largest wind power project in Central Asia, and the largest hydropower project, and the first waste-to-energy plant in some countries. Third, we jointly developed green finance, promote financial institutions to provide financial facilities for green projects, release the Belt and Road Green Finance Index. The Belt and Road Bankers Roundtable has also issued green bonds. And fourth, we built platforms for international cooperation on the Green Silk Road. In April 2019, the BRI International Green Development Coalition was established. The coalition, with 142 partners, has gradually formed synergies with the green investment principles of the BRI and the Green Development Partnership Initiatives, which has become the name card for China's role in the global environmental governance. Looking forward to the future, China will take the high-quality Green Silk Road as the instrumentality and deepen international cooperation in the development of the BRI. The first is to deeply connect the Green Silk Road and the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda, and coordinate pollution control, biodiversity protection with addressing climate change in an effort to help realizing a post-epidemic green recovery and global sustainable development in countries and regions. The second is to focus on key areas such as climate change and green circular economy, and strengthen green and low-carbon cooperation in the fields of infrastructure, energy, transportation, and finance. And the third is to provide support for the participating countries to enhance their capabilities of green and low-carbon development through technical exchanges, market interaction, and personnel training, and promote the sharing of green development benefits. With the joint efforts of all parties, the Green Silk Road will make more achievements, provide more support for countries to take a green, low-carbon, and a sustainable development path, and thus make greater contributions to the implementation of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for sustainable development. Dear friends, Hong Kong is now embarking on a new stage of governance and prosperity from chaos. The Belt and Road brings new opportunities for Hong Kong to expand its external cooperations and endows Hong Kong with new missions. First, it is a linker of mutually beneficial cooperation in the BRI. Hong Kong's role as a window and a platform for super contacts can provide two-way assistance to the entry of BRI participants into mainland market and the mainland enterprises move toward the BRI. And second, it is a catalyst for the high-quality development of BRI cooperation. Hong Kong can leverage its advantages in premium services such as finance, shipping, commerce, accounting, urban management, and international legal standards as well. To provide professional support for the opening up, inclusiveness, green, and sustainable development of the BRI. And third, it is a booster for the people-to-people exchanges and mutual learning. Hong Kong can give full play to the soft power advantages in internationalization, information, talents, language, etc., to promote communications in telling China stories, Hong Kong stories, and the Silk Road stories. In this regard, Hong Kong youth have a lot to do. The Commissioner's Office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Hong Kong will continue to use its diplomatic capabilities to meet the needs of the country and the advantages of the Hong Kong SAR. To assist Hong Kong SAR in participating in the BRI in an all-round way, including the matchmaking of Hong Kong enterprises and the mainland enterprises to participate in the BRI hand in hand, and facilitating the international business community to participate in the construction of the Great Bay Area. It is our firm belief that the continuous and high-quality development of the BRI will infuse confidence to the world and help Hong Kong continue to prosper and create greater glories. Finally, I wish this forum a fruitful success and wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wang, for taking off the forum with such an inspiring sharing. Next up will be our first plenary session themed at Financing Greener Opportunities. It will be starting in 5 minutes. Please stay tuned with us in the webinar. See you in Plenary 1. Welcome to our first plenary session. Today, our overall theme is Sustainability on the Move. In 2019, the Belt and Road Initiative International Green Development Coalition was set during the second Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation. The aim was to bring together the environmental expertise of all partners to ensure that the Belt and Road was committed to long-term green and sustainable development to all concerned countries in support of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The upcoming plenary will be focusing on galvanizing finance to achieve greener developments in the BRI. It will also consider how to balance green investments with economic progress and will look at the role of technology in this process. We are honored to have 4 professionals in the panel to discuss green financing with us. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send your questions into the mailbox. We will group the questions and pass them to the moderator. May I now pass the time to our moderator today, Mr. Mohit Grover, Partner in Risk Advisory, Climate and Sustainability, Deloitte, to introduce our panel speakers and facilitate the discussion session. Mr. Grover, please.
So with me today, we have Dr. Christoph. He's an Associate Professor of Economics at Shanghai International School of Finance. And we have Roy, who is the Managing Partner of Shinewing Hong Kong Limited. He leads a lot of audit and IPO engagements with various clients in Hong Kong. And we have Ms. Liu. He is an ESG professional with over 20 years of experience. And more recently, he was working with a company called ERM in various sustainability, climate change, and ESG initiatives. So welcome to all the panelists. Great to have you all here. Maybe I haven't done justice enough to introduce your careers and your wide experience in ESG and sustainable finance. So perhaps we can start the first question with your detailed experience in this area. So maybe Dr. Christoph, I'll go to you first.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks so much for this invitation and for this opportunity to be in this really a great and very strong panel. Very great honor. So yes, my name is Christoph Nedopil Wang. I'm here in Shanghai at Fudan University at the Shanghai International School of Finance, where I'm teaching green finance in the master's and executive MBA and MBA programs. And I'm also the director of the Green Finance and Development Center, where we work with a lot of the Chinese and international partners in government, finance, and corporations in order to accelerate green finance, both, of course, in China and the Belt and Road Initiative and internationally. So working on standards, working on financial institution risk management, and working with corporations to actually implement a lot of the green projects.
Thank you, Dr. Christoph. If you go to Liu, over to you.
Hi, can you hear me good? Mohit?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm really pleased to be here virtually in this meeting. It's greeting from Beijing. We have a sunny weather in Beijing, which is a blessing. So a little bit about myself. I'm in the consulting industry for over 20 years, mainly doing the advisory work. Have done lots of outbound project supporting Chinese company, investing in the Belt and Roads countries, especially in the resourcing sector. And in recent years, I switched a little bit in the data and the digital space because I believe there is opportunity to building the consulting know-how into the digital products, which can be beneficial for many, many smaller companies. So I currently CEO of a digital company called Gelan Digital Tech. We had a headquarters in Beijing. We're running one of the largest ESG database in the country, and building a digital solution can be replicated in the Belt and Road countries. Okay.
Very interesting. We'll hope to learn more about that as we go through the discussion. Yeah. Over to you, Roy.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Roy Long. I'm the managing partner of ShineWing Hong Kong. Actually, ShineWing is a professional firm. We provide services to different kind of listed company, mainly focused on the capital market. And for the green finance or ESG topics, now is very popular in the capital market. And myself and my team, actually, we are providing the consulting service to helping the listed company, especially no matter it's listed in Hong Kong or in A shares, in China, we're helping them to meet the compliance requirement of the listing requirement, especially on the ESG requirement compliance. As you know, that ESG actually is a very, very hot topic in Hong Kong, or even in some other countries. And for the ESG, actually, it is at this moment, it's a compliance, but actually we can see ESG can add value to the capital market, add value to the shareholders, so that we are strive on this and work on this project, and we can see that it is linked with the sustainability of the business. So that I think we are happy to share with you about my insight or my experience on that areas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Roy. And I think you set up our first question very well. ESG adds value from a capital market standpoint, and this is where sustainable finance, the term, and maybe Liu Tu, over to you. Help us understand what sustainable finance is and how it adds value, and especially for the Belt and Road Initiative.
Okay, thank you. Actually, as I just mentioned, the green finance, or even say that, having said that, it's about the green finance and ESG is one of the very popular topics. And actually, in the commercial world, especially in capital market and the finance investment, actually now we are talking about, if it is a green finance project, that means we are waste the fund, waste the capital to flow into the project and products, or even the companies to support the development of any kind of sustainable, low carbon, and also climate resilience economy. So green finance now is actually a very broad term, but we are quite linked to the climate finance as well, and not limited to just a wide range of environmental and sustainable objectives, like the clean energy, the pollution control, green buildings, transportations, infrastructures, energy efficiency, and also for those which is related to environmental protections as well. So green finance area. But for the ESG actually, as I just mentioned, ESG is a listing requirement now in Hong Kong. That means every kind of listed company, they need to comply with the listing rule. That means they need to prepare a ESG report. So what does ESG stand for? Actually, it is talking about environmental, social governance. That means we are protect the environmental, but you also need to have a social governance for the listed company. So that now every listed company in Hong Kong now, they need to issue a ESG report every year. That means the board of directors of this company, they need to consider how they can allocate the resources to make sure that they can meet this compliance. As I just mentioned, that it is not just a compliance. Actually, from the eyes of a lot of professionals, it is add value to the listed company. That means if a company have a good ESG performance, we can say that the investor, especially the institutional investor, they are willing to pay a premium. In the capital market, we say that they are willing to pay a higher PE ratio to invest in this company because it is sustainable and we can provide a long-term benefit and a long-term, a good return for the shareholders in the long term as well. So that ESG now is very popular, and we can see that for the young people, they can consider about, they need to learn more about ESG. And today, our panel, I believe that our panel members can share with you more on these areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. That's really insightful. Over to you, Liu. I mean, sitting in the vantage point in Beijing, what do you think sustainable finance is? Give us more insights and what it means for the Belt and Road Initiative and also for an economy like Hong Kong.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, since my position in Beijing, so we're tracking so much on the national policies, also the BRI is a national policy or the initiative driven by the Chinese government. When we see the sustainable finance, I really say two things. One is opportunity, the other is risk. When I'm talking about opportunity, I mean, with the policy support, there will be more money flow into the green sectors, if you like. And from China, at the national level, there is a catalog talking about what kind of a project eligible for green finance, and which giving the clear direction to have a sustainable future. We need to get more renewable energy, more resource efficiency, fighting the pollutions, and those industry need the finance support. And if the banking sector or other financial institutions can flow the money into those sectors, actually it support their growth. Therefore, they support the possibility we can tackle climate change, environmental issues in a faster pace. And on the other hand, when I see the risk, I mean more like a bottom line, the conditions, which is not constrained to the green sectors. It's actually applied to all the industry sectors. When the money flow into the different sectors, food, beverage, consumer products, automotive, although they are not necessarily, a green sector, but they all have a kind of environmental or climate implication. And have ESG, we can really examine a company's business model from non-financial perspective to actually examine their sustainability. So the ESG become a condition or criteria for investors, for consumers to make their choice to the better company. So I see the ESG is more universally applied to all the sectors. It's actually building a sustainability criteria for the company going forward. I think altogether with opportunity and risk, give you a more like a holistic view what sustainable finance talk about.
No, that's great, Ms. Liu, and to talk through the opportunity lens, and we'll dive into it a little bit more. I just wanted to remind the participants that you can raise your questions. We'll have ample time for Q&A after we finish the panel discussion. But over to you, Dr. Christoph. You lead the Green BRI Lab in your university. Tell us a bit more about that and really your perspectives on green finance for BRI and overall for the economy. Yeah.
Right. I think kind of first of all, what the speakers previously, Yang Liu and Roy Lowe said, I couldn't agree more about green finance, and kind of it's really about risk and opportunities. It's so important to understand that with climate change, the financial institutions have a massive risks on their portfolios. And so the question for a lot of those financial institutions is to really, how do we reduce these risks that come from climate change? And there are these frameworks that we are developing, including the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, that kind of tries to structure these risks and tries to kind of quantify these risks as well in order to reduce these risks. So that's really, in many ways, the core of kind of the green finance aspect, particularly for financial institutions. And then there's, of course, all these opportunity aspects that really kind of come from the policy perspective. But yes, so I established a Green BRI Center in Beijing about 2.5 years ago, just before the last Belt and Road Forum in 2019. And since then, I have been very much working on Green BRI. And since August, I moved to Fudan University, so now in Shanghai, where the Green BRI in the new Green Finance and Development Center, so it's a slightly different center, before at Beijing, now Shanghai, of course also has a big aspect on Green BRI, working you mentioned before the Belt and Road Initiative International Green Development Coalition. So we're working very closely with them. And green finance plays just a really increasing role in the Belt and Road Initiative, both in terms of kind of this policy guidance, but also in the understanding of financial institutions to reduce the climate risk and the environmental risk in their portfolio and in their action. So when they go out and do project finance, we are, of course, seeing that a number of the coal-fired power plant projects that are not aligned with green finance, that a number of environmentally harmful projects, even in hydropower, due to the biodiversity impacts, are really running into financial troubles. And that's, of course, no financial institutions that gives out billions of dollars for loans wants to run into financial troubles. And that's why we are trying to improve the environmental risk management of financial institutions. Tomorrow and on Wednesday, and that's public knowledge, it's a closed meeting, but a public meeting. We're having a large seminar again with all of the important financial institutions going into the BRI to support ESG practices for these financial institutions. So that's co-organized by the BRIGC and the Green Investment Principles. And I will be one of the lead moderators of this seminar. So there's a lot of kind of action going on. And the reason for that is, of course, that there have been a number of environmental issues, like in any infrastructure projects, whether it's coming from China or whether it's coming from Europe or the US, large infrastructure projects, which kind of the BRI was over the last years, the mainstay of the BRI, often run into environmental issues. So the question then is kind of on the standards and policy level, what can be done to reduce these risks? On an investment level, what can be done to reduce the risk, and on a disclosure and kind of environmental impact assessment disclosure and ESG level, what can be done to reduce these risks. And so on the standards and the government side, I think there's a lot of progress being made. Really kind of, I couldn't believe 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, when we started this work, where China was the largest investor in overseas coal investments, that by now we have an announcement that we don't see any new coal investments in the BRI. That last year in 2020, in December already, like pretty much 1 year ago, we were allowed to publish the traffic light system under the Belt and Road Initiative, which puts all the coal and fossil fuel projects on a restricted list. That was backed by the Ministry of Ecology and Environment, by the NDRC, by all of the several. So this really kind of shows this tremendous shift in terms of guidance, in terms of understanding how kind of to reduce environmental risks. We also see that in the investments, that 2020 was the first time that the majority of BRI investments were not in fossil fuels. So that is really a shift where previously about 70% of the BRI investments in energy were in coal. So that's really a massive shift. And in 2021, we did not see any new coal investments. So really impressive progress. Where there's a lot of work left is in terms of environmental impact assessment. So when we plan these projects, and then of course, disclosure of these environmental impacts, environmental risks, to really kind of integrate the environmental risk management throughout the whole project lifecycle. And this is where the 2021, what is it called? The guidelines for greening overseas investments and cooperation issued by MOFCON and MEE really have this whole lifecycle approach that we worked on also in this traffic light system. So really kind of a rethink taking place that ideally shapes a much greener BRI and provides a lot less risks for the financial institutions and more green opportunities from the policy signals.
That's excellent, Dr. Christoph. That's great to know that there's no coal investments in 2021. So reflecting a big shift. So I think just going back to the commitments China has made, 30-60, being peaking carbon emissions by 2030 and getting to neutrality by 2060. Is enough being done? And maybe I'll go to Mr. Liu first. Yeah, is enough being done to address that? And the role of, again, financing. You're on mute, Ms. Liu. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess you're asking two questions. Number one is, have we done enough to addressing this carbon neutrality targets? Secondly, what the financial institutions' role will be in this. I think to respond to the first questions, I guess more need to be done, but we can see everything is progressing very fast. Since the September last year, when Mr. Xi announced the carbon targets for China, it's so much movement across the sector. You see not only the financial sector, all the industry sector respond very actively and progressively. And those is a good sign. And even this year, September, Mr. Xi announced, China not gonna finance new coal-fired project overseas. And this is good, very good policy signal. And after that, you see all the national banks or development banks from China have their policy lined up with very, very clear targets. I think China is really good at execution as long as target being set. But there's more to do. I mean, we have to realize, China contributes almost 30% global emission, and we haven't reached the carbon peak yet. The target is 2030. And which means we're going to use 30 years of time to reduce from the peak to the neutral. And for the developed countries, they probably take like 40 or 50 years to do that. So challenge is huge. I'm not going to say it's an easy task. There will be more need to be done. But I guess I see the good trajectory, which is a good thing. Climate change is not an easy task. It needs collaborative efforts. We see we are moving to the right direction. And talking about financial institutions, I think it's the same. That's more financial institutions collaboratively can do. I want to refer to international standard. I've seen international financial corporations, environmental social performance standards. It has been referenced in many international sustainable finance guidelines, and it has been accessed in many projects financed by development banks. But I see that today, these international standards can be used across the board by many, many commercial banks, which can influence many sectors to improve their ESG performance, to get their finance in a more sustainable and climate-friendly way. So I see there are bigger role financial institution can play. There's many resources already available. People can make leverage. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Over to you, Roy. Maybe a brief response to this. Yeah, as Leo already explained a lot about that. Yeah.
Yes. Actually, the green financing, is a hit to the global market. And the current challenges of Hong Kong, especially in Hong Kong, is now the Hong Kong government has a lot of initiative to want to utilize the resources in Hong Kong to build these green finance opportunities, especially in Greater Bay areas. I think it's also on the Belt and Road Initiative as well. So you can see over the years, actually, now the Hong Kong government has now undertaken a lot of initiative to doing this, including creating a regulatory and financial ecosystem. The Hong Kong government now has set a green bond timetable, I can say. The timetable, that means they want to encourage not even the government itself, but also the commercial company, no matter it's from Hong Kong, from Greater China. They will urge them to consider to issue the green bonds in Hong Kong. Okay, so actually now the size is quite big, and the forecast and the timetable is very aggressive as well. In addition to the green bond issuings, actually they're also doing a lot of things, which is want to launching a scheme. I mean, if the company want to issue the green bonds, they will also have some grant, some finance grant scheme. That means they can encourage them to issue small green and sustainable bonds and loans in Hong Kong to attract more financial and professional services provider and the external stakeholder come to Hong Kong to expand this green finance market in Hong Kong. And the government also, they announced the Climate Action Plan 2050. That means they want to build Hong Kong as become a low carbon city. That means or carbon zero city. Okay, to reduce the Hong Kong carbon to zero. Actually, the 2050 is a target, but in 2035 they want to at least to reduce the emissions of carbon by 50% as well. And then we turn to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange, as I mentioned, the capital market in Hong Kong is so active, and the Hong Kong Stock Exchange also launched its sustainable and green exchange. We call it stage, STAGE stage. Actually, this is the Asia first multi-asset sustainable investment product platform. This platform is very useful because they can attract the investors, they can attract the stakeholders, attract the company to utilize this platform to do a lot of finance, sustainable finance ecosystem, and providing a lot of transparency products and resources so that the people can invest in Hong Kong through this stage. This platform. And also the online green and sustainable product and resources, repositions and introductions of a lot of new reporting requirement is also now in Hong Kong. And we can also see that the Hong Kong Stock Exchange also support the Hong Kong government, the commitment for the Hong Kong city become a green finance hub in the Greater Bay Areas. So I can say that in Greater Bay Areas, we have a lot of very good infrastructure set up. And then we utilize this to expand to the Belt and Road countries as well. So the Hong Kong Exchange also announced recently a new initiative to support the business investor in the sustainable journey, including the practical guide. They have issued a practical guide on the less zero guide for business. This is very practical and helping the commercial world companies to developing a pathway to the net zero. And also they also have a partnership with leading ESG data provider to display the Hong Kong listed company ESG matrix. You see that now in Hong Kong globally, when we're talking about the ESG performance, we are also actually there's a lot of different indicator, different index can help you, but the most popular one is the Morgan Stanley ESG index is very popular, right? You can see that. So that the stock exchange also want to encourage the listed companies start to mapping their ESG performance, and then year by year they want to see that they have improvement. So I think all this initiative is support Hong Kong will continue to be one of the major international financial center, especially on this sustainable development as well.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. And I already see a lot of questions from the floor, and we're going to segue to that very, very soon. But Dr. Christoph, one more reaction, one more commentary from you, really. So we talked about the macro picture of how sustainable finance is important. Roy talked about, the framework and the support and the encouragement that's being offered by regulatory and other aspects in Hong Kong and in China. What do you think are the challenges in the whole, execution of sustainable finance?
Right. I think that's a really important question also that drives a lot of our work forward. We have to understand that green finance is a very rapidly evolving field, that a lot of the standards that we are developing right now are relatively new. Kind of the green bond standards in China really exist for the last 5 years, on the green credit standards maybe for 8-9 years. The EU taxonomy is also just being ratified right now and has been discussed for 1 or 2 years. So the whole field is, of course, emerging very rapidly with increased understanding, increased attention, sometimes even a hype. Definitely kind of the explosion of assets under management under ESG criteria that has been hyped so much is of course, fantastic in one way, but it comes with a lot of challenges. We don't know exactly necessarily we don't have an agreement what is actually green. So the EU-China harmonized taxonomy that was kind of first draft was published a month ago, just before COP26 in Glasgow. That's a first step to at least align European and Chinese understanding what green finance actually could mean. What projects do we have? Then in terms of the reporting, and which is the key ingredient for ESG disclosure, is reporting. And right now, of course, we don't have a common reporting standard. We don't have a common evaluation of what is actually a good ESG, what is bad ESG. We already have three different factors: environment, social, and governance. And depending where you are, these factors might actually play a different role also in terms of your corporate performance. So there's a lot of need for more standards, also more research. The big question is, of course, in terms of the financial system, is how much risk do we actually try to avoid? And do we actually avoid risk with higher ESG ratings? And there's kind of all this great research out there, but since we don't have a common standard for ESG, none of this research is actually really, really valid, because every ESG rating will come to a different conclusion. All, of course, hope to prove something really important. But from a kind of financial sector and financial, you asked about the macroeconomic implications. From a macroeconomic stability perspective, without standards and therefore without common data that we can regress against, it's very hard to say we increase stability. And that's when kind of I think a lot of the work over the next years will come. I want to add a third aspect to that. The big question in terms of green finance right now is also the question of transition taxonomies. What do we do with all the companies that are right now highly polluting, highly environmentally kind of have a big environmental footprint? How do we support them in the financial system to transition? And there's a lot of discussion about the transition taxonomy. And personally, I think the discussion will risk going nowhere or being washed out, because the green finance people really don't like, in many ways, transition taxonomies. Why should we give currently polluting enterprises support? Of course, the other interest is the polluting industries that want kind of to also have this monetary support. Of course, coal, we can upgrade coal, and it's going to increase our lifetime. So there's going to be this constant lobbying against it. In my opinion, the better solution would actually to provide a dirty finance taxonomy. What are the industries that we really, really want to get out? And really try to kind of decrease financing for those. And then everything that is green and is actually contributing to the Paris Accord or biodiversity frameworks, that is green. And everything in between is by definition transition. And so rather than kind of, we have to be where we have to get out in order to reduce CO2 emissions and biodiversity footprints. And I think that would be much more helpful in the end to have a dirty finance taxonomy rather than finance taxonomy. But this is also one of the big macro questions that we're struggling with.
And I think that's a great view. Thank you for that. And I think it's not about a change that's going to happen overnight. It's about transition and how we support the transition, how the financing committee support the transition is going to be a key success factor going forward. So I want to switch focus to our participants and young, energetic, passionate individuals. And so already I see some questions that has come up. And I think the first one I'll ask, and we'll do a rapid fire here so that we can answer more questions. So keep your response brief. So I think we also did, as Deloitte, a survey, on millennials and Gen Z. And we were asking a lot of questions in terms of what matters, and in the mix was climate change, employment, wellness, especially because of COVID. And overwhelmingly, the survey results showed that climate change is at the top of people's mind, and especially I've seen some visualization that says, how much of a degree change you're going to see in your lifespan. Obviously, for us, it's going to be less, but imagine somebody who is 20-something right now can see up to 3 degrees temperature change, increase over their lifetime. So we know that millennials and Gen Z care about climate change and care about ESG. So the first question really is, how can they contribute? So maybe we start with Roy here.
Actually, I think especially for the young people, I think we are because today we are a lot of young people participants in this panel sections. I strongly recommend young people need to start to think about if sustainability is so important to the human being, so that they can consider to start their career. I mean, in the green industry, I think it's a very good initiative and a very good startup, especially the green finance industry. Because I'm in Hong Kong, so I really encourage the young people to think about this, and they can join a lot of training, or even they can find some mentor to help them to start with these ideas, so that even in the Greater Bay Areas or Belt and Road Initiative, all of this is opportunities for the young people.
Thank you. Yeah. Over to you, Dr. Kassouf. How can they contribute?
That's such a great question. And first of all, of course, I think we all consider ourselves still young people. We still kind of are part of this transition. We can only work on it together. I don't feel too old, but I think there are a number of things that kind of all of us can do, whether you're young or whether you're older, whichever age you are. I think number one is, of course, your personal consumption choices. You don't think it matters, but in the end, it does matter to a degree. You are signaling with your consumption choices that you are actually caring about the environment. So that's number one. Number two, consumption choices, kind of, I actually want to highlight three. And all of them are related to your health. Bike more, drive less. So that's kind of your health, your consumption of what type of mobility. Eat more veggies and less meat. Meat industry, and I know it's a very contentious topic, but it's very clear, the meat industry is responsible to 20 to 30% of global carbon emissions, whereas the plant-based industry really has a much lower footprint. And buy more conscious. So reduce your choices, reduce all the plastic waste. Being here in China, and you get so many YMIs the whole time, so many online shopping. This is, of course, contributing to environmental destruction. So consumption choices. Number two, investment choices. Maybe you're all investors. Maybe you're all putting your money, and put your money where your mouth is. To invest in companies that you know are green, support them, reduce their capital costs, make it less competitive for non-green companies to raise money. Your professional opportunities and choices. I couldn't agree more with what Roy just said. And in many ways also, depending where you are, you have different ways to do that, but you have political choices. So you can influence policy making in different forms, in forums, in kind of talking with your political leaders, no matter where you are. That actually does not matter. So I think there are a number of things that all of us can do, and it's actually really an exciting time. And I'm so happy that the youth really understands that climate change is such an important topic, and that we can address it if we all work together.
Thank you. And Liu, over to you, but maybe in terms of contribute, but more specifically, careers for young people in sustainability, in green finance. What would your advice be?
Thank you, Mohit. First of all, I would like to say I can't agree more about what Christoph and Royal said about personal choices. And it's all about the choices. But to make contributions, it doesn't mean you have to be an ESG professional. I guess ESG already become mainstream, like it's affect every aspect of our life, our career. Even you in a very traditional, conventional industry sectors, you still can make a better ESG choice in your position. Like if you in a consumer brand, right, you can embed ESG concept into your marketing strategy, in your product design. If you're in the financial sector, although you are not ESG professional, you can make a better choice when you make investment to the company, examine their ESG performance, take those into consideration, make a better investment choice. So I would say the ESG, those days, it's not a niche area or a niche career path. Obviously, if you're passionate about ESG, you can learn ESG, become ESG professional. But you can also contribute in your like a normal type of job. these mainstream things. So I think that's the, every young man can think about, all those young talents in Hong Kong with international exposure and have lots of innovation ideas, definitely can contribute to the future of every industry sectors. They can all make renovations on the ESG transformation in those sectors. Yeah, this is what I like to add.
Yeah, absolutely great, Mr. Liu. And I think to a large extent, we see ESG as digital, right? So about 10 years ago, when the whole digital transformation started, you used to start with having a chief digital officer or people who are qualified to be digital. Now, organizations are digital. Organizations have digital DNA. Yeah, so it's fully embedded, and I think that's what we see for sustainability. That it's not going to be a particular role. Yes, indeed, there will be roles within the sustainability team, but it's going to be embedded all across. Whether it's in finance, whether it's in new product development, R&D, customer engagement. It's going to be like pervasive across, and that's where I think while you could choose a career path which is very much into the sustainability team, but you can also be a professional of finance or other aspects, and still do a lot of contribution around ESG. There's a phrase that we say that accountants can save the world, right? Because of the sheer fact that a lot of the reporting, as we talked about, of the ESG impact needs to happen in a much more rigorous way. That's going to be a big area for young professionals to focus on as well. So I think let's move to another question, which is I think something that's comes across many times, and Dr. Christoph, will start with you on this one. Really, how do you balance between green finance and returns? Yeah. There's a notion that green finance may mean lower returns. What's your view on that?
I think there's this notion that comes, I think, a little bit from the old times, but I want to say it really depends. What we're seeing in the energy sector is that the fossil fuel investments actually have a lower return. A lot of the fossil fuel companies in coal are actually currently loss-making. So a lot of the existing coal-fired power plants are loss-making, where actually a lot of the renewable energy ones are much more profitable, because the cost of producing electricity with kind of solar and wind has actually decreased so much that now the cost of producing electricity with solar and wind is lower than with coal and gas. So that's really kind of from that perspective, the expected return on this is actually higher. And it's also interestingly also easier to implement because you can have much smaller ticket sizes. So you can have much smaller wind and solar installations than if you really want to build a coal-fired power plant. It comes with other challenges, but I think kind of, yeah. The second aspect is the long-term green technologies, really the green transformation. And there I couldn't agree more kind of with what we said before, and you said really at the beginning, it's the policy signals that matter and the policy support that matters. So when we talk about new energy and hydrogen, it probably is, of course, a fantastic technology that is at this time not proved. So who's gonna, that requires often government support and government re-regulation. So really, really exciting. Just yesterday or last week, the European Union really pushed forward with a hydrogen strategy, including a hydrogen EU hydrogen market to really create financial incentives to trade and to build more hydrogen. So this is, of course, the policy side is required. Overall, I don't think it's really a balance between brown and green for the macroeconomy, because if we have this huge cost of climate change, which we're seeing this year in Henan, in Germany, wildfires, more wildfires in 2021 than in most years before. So these are real costs. on a macroeconomic level. On a financial institution level, we have to be much better at integrating some of these externalities of these costs of climate change and environmental destruction into the decision making. And that's where I think, again, policy is important.
Very good, very good. Mr. Roy, over to you in terms of how technology can play a role for green finance.
Technologies. Actually, now, in the green finance industry, now we are talking about how we can utilize the technologies to helping the company, especially listed company, to comply with the requirement, the new requirement. As you mentioned, that the return, if we have put a lot of resources into the green finance or even the ESG compliance, the return will be the short-term return will be affected, because we know that most of them is long-term return. But if we can utilize the technologies, I mean that, for example, that we can utilize the AI or even some kind of fintech technologies to helping the company to put the positions of ESG as one of the major topics or major priorities in the board of directors meetings. That means they are more willing to utilize these resources, because a lot of my clients now has urged me to help them to improve their ESG rating. Just like I mentioned, the MSCI ESG rating, they want to improve the rating because they can see that if they can improve the rating, they can save a lot of costs, the compliance costs in the future. And if a investor who are looking for the long-term investment, they are more willing to see the company who are willing to invest the resources, especially technology resources, to improve their ESG and sustainable business as well. So that I think it is a good opportunities and initiative for the company to consider.
Thank you, and I think obviously technology is going to play a key role in driving transparency, driving new solutions, but technology itself has to transform as well. I recently found out that Bitcoin actually is a lot of carbon intensive product. The total Bitcoin emissions is equivalent to that of a country like Netherlands or Sri Lanka. Yeah, so I think technology also needs to be more green. Yeah, going forward. So, Mr. Liu, over to you in terms of there's a question about ESG, what's going to be most important, and is governance going to be really the key going forward? Yeah. So your reaction to that.
Yeah. I like to echo a little bit on the technology side, because I think it's quite important to improve the efficiency, also the economic attraction to all the green finance investment. When we talk about the green finance, typically we focus on the large project, but we shouldn't ignore, for many companies, those larger projects supported by a huge value chain. Those value chains comprised of so many smaller companies. They have only limited resource tools to tackle the ESG issues. ESG means inclusive, so we cannot leave everybody, the smaller players, behind. Actually, if we want to tackle the issues altogether, we need to take them all on. And if they can perform, if they can improve at a scale with the economic efficiencies, there is more chance we can win this battle in the long term. In that sense, technology play a quite big role. I guess all the speakers mentioned the data, digital solutions. We find that those days it typically will be non-ESG professional, play a big role in ESG topics. And those people cannot learn all the knowledge overnight. So they need tools. They need some system to support them to do that. So as a 20 years consultant, I personally reflection is we can transform lots of professional know-hows into those digital tools. Combining with data will be more powerful. Even non-professional can using that play bigger role in the ESG field. And those all benefit from technology improvement. I also agree with Mohit mentioned. When we so excited about the green sector, green investment, we shouldn't ignore the potential environmental or the other ESG implication those technology, those projects. They are in the green sector, doesn't mean they are ESG risk-free. So those bottom lines still need to be covered. I guess this is a very important things everybody should realize. Protect the bottom line so we have a good top line.
Very good. Very good. I think we're coming towards the end of our time for this panel discussion. I think really glad to have all of you and amazing insights that you have shared. I think overall, perhaps for the participants who are all aspiring to join the workforce and build their careers, what would be your word of advice? Yeah, and again, maybe we'll start with Dr. Christoph. I think you'd already talked about some choices, but from a career standpoint, what choices you should make?
I think the career choices for people are everywhere. The whole economy needs to transform to become more green, more inclusive. So I think there are opportunities in corporations, as we just discussed. There are opportunities in the financial sector, whether it's the equity markets, the bond markets, and debt markets, and of course also in the whole digitalization. I think kind of there's this great opportunity in smart contracting, smart measurement, in order to really verify a lot of the ESG claims. Then the financial service providers, really the opportunities are boundless with this new transformation that is really sweeping the whole world and Hong Kong, and of course the whole Asia circus is really at the forefront of a lot of things that are happening.
Thank you. Mr. Liu, your advice?
My advice, just take a progressive view on everything. The things you observe today may not be perfect. There's still many challenges, drawbacks on green finance or ESG in general, but take a progress view. You already see so many changes in the policy and the market dynamic. Also, our physical environment is changing every day. So this is inevitable path. So don't be frightened or constrained by whatever you are facing now. Take a progress view, make a better choice for your career.
Mr. Roy?
Yeah, my final word to the young people is that because the green industry, the green finance industries will be the future of the capital market. So that get start to get more knowledge on the green finance knowledge, and also because as I say, that green is a lifelong training, a lifelong learning. So don't miss up any chances to learn from the others. So young people, I think they can make contributions to the Greater Bay Area development as well. And for the Belt and Road Initiative, the future is so bright to everyone.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear. And I had the honor of interviewing a lot of graduate candidates for employment in Deloitte, and I was thoroughly impressed by the passion, the energy, and the commitment they had towards sustainability. So clearly, it's something that the youth will lead in future. I think we need to hand on the baton in a good way. Drive some really great policy changes, drive some better understanding of the issue, drive some better disclosure and transparency. But obviously, the consumer choices and the choices of the young generation is going to make a big impact going forward. So with that, I'd like to draw our panel to a close. Thank you so much to the panelists for your excellent participation and comments. And I hope the participants learned something from it and enjoyed the conversation we had. So thank you, everyone, and have a great day ahead and stay safe.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you once again to all our panel speakers, Dr. Christoph Niedopil Wang, Mr. Roy Low, Mr. Liu Yang, and our moderator, Mr. Mohit Grover, for the wonderful and professional sharing. I am sure that all our participants will be much more familiar with green financing and its development in BRI countries. Upcoming will be a sharing session of young leaders on their experiences in the Belt and Road, focusing on the partnerships, friendships, and networks they have made. Let us take a short break and see you at 11:40. back to our forum. We will now have a sharing session with our young leaders. They have traveled to different BRI countries, and they will tell us about their journeys. May I now pass the time to our moderator, Mr. Henry Kung, former Regional Program Manager of Enactus Hong Kong. Henry, please.
Thank you, Annette. Good morning, everybody. My name is Henry. I'm the former Hong Kong Regional Program Manager at Enactus. Enactus is a global NGO that strives to promote social innovation and social entrepreneurship across university campuses and in the society. So I'm very glad to have the opportunity to moderate the panel discussion and sharing today. So I know many of you are interested in the development of developed countries in the Belt and Road, but sadly under the pandemic, we don't have much opportunities to travel. And today we're very glad to have several guests who have spent quite some time in the Belt and Road countries, and they have very interesting experiences to share with us. So to start it off, first of all, we'll have Mr. David Wong and Mr. Darren Lam, both of whom have visited Malaysia some time ago to do a thematic study around opportunities in Islamic finance in the country. So the two of them are already online here with us. So perhaps I should throw the mic over to them and get it started. There you go, David and Darren.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Henry. Would you mind to let me share my screen?
Yes, I think so. Why don't you try and click on the sharing button?
Yeah, okay, it's good now.
Yep.
Can you see my screen?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you, Henry. Yeah, so we are so lucky to travel to Malaysia before the pandemic. I think this is the greatest thing for us. So actually, we have went to Malaysia 2 years ago, and it's so glad that I and David, my teammate, here today to share our journey to explore the Islamic finance in Malaysia. So throughout the presentation, I think I would like to highlight why we choose Islamic finance as a topic we wanted to explore, and why we would like to go to Malaysia, and what did we do in the trip, probably the most interesting part that you guys would like to know more. And yeah, and last, what's key takeaway during the travel. So yeah, start from why we choose the Islamic finance. I think when the time back to 2007, our former chief executive, Donald Tsang, he firstly suggested to build a financial hub for Islamic finance. Interesting, right? So the reason behind is because the Islamic finance is the fastest growing sector in the global finance. And this also triggered our interest to know more about what's Islamic finance and why it's so important for our Hong Kong as a financial hub in global, right? So here's some number and major reasons for your reference. In terms of the populations, actually, there's 1.6 billion Muslims in the world, contributing 25% of global population. It's huge, right? And the total Islamic finance assets was over 1.9 trillion in 2016, and is now more than 3 trillion, as I believe. And the wealthy Middle East countries, they are very keen to look for Islamic investment opportunities since 2001 as the oil price soared. And I assume everyone knows what happened on 9/11, right? The huge conflicts between the Middle East countries and the American countries. So there's a huge money flowed out from Europe and Americas as they worry about the asset freeze. So here's a huge opportunities for the global and other global financial centers, including the London, Singapore, and it's a huge opportunity for Hong Kong as well. So that's why I believe Donald Tsang suggested to catch the opportunities. And also for the global banks and the global financial institutions, they start developing different Islamic financial products since then. So you can see is huge opportunities for the Islamic finance. And I'm not sure if every one of you guys know about what's Islamic finance, but no worry. Here's some brief introduction about it. So basically, Islamic finance is a way to manage money that keeps within the moral principles of Islam. That means they have to follow their, they have to strictly follow their so-called Sharia compliance. That means and based on the belief that the money shouldn't have any value on itself, it's just a tool to exchange for products or services. And interestingly, they avoid making money for money. That means all the yield earning products, including the fixed income or flexi saving, all these kinds of investment product is not allowed for the Islamic finance. And the good side is that it shouldn't cause harm. And it fits our theme of today, right? The SDG, the sustainability development, etc., etc. So for example, alcohol, tobacco, or gambling, or anything, any activities that harm our society, that harm to our earth is forbidden. It's not allowed. And they encourage partnerships. It's not only individual partnership. They encourage individual and a business, and a business and a business, the partnership. The principle behind is that they encourage the risk and profit sharing. Both parties have to share the risk and profits together to ensure, everyone's on the same page and to avoid evil things happen. And I have to say, it's 100% or is hugely SDGs friendly, right? So the Islamic finance or the bonds issued by the Islamic financial ecosystem, they encourage the sustainable infrastructures like renewable energy or education projects, etc., etc. So they are raising good money for the good projects to make our society or our world in a better place. I think the principle and the idea is very good. And the most important part is that everyone can use Islamic finance products and services. You don't have to be a Muslim. The only principle is that you are raising money for doing good projects. I think that's the underlying principles. But why Malaysia is so attractive for us, and why we choose went to Malaysia 2 years ago? As you can see, Malaysia is a leading Islamic financial role in Asia. Based on some data, the Malaysia and the GCC countries, they have occupied over 80% of the global Islamic financial assets. It's huge. And Malaysia has a so-called more well-established financial system, and they have take advantage of their local, their geographic advantage. So their financial system to cover all these Islamic countries, right? And Malaysia is also one of the richest Islamic countries in Asia. That's why they have that advantage. And also they are issuing they are the largest Islamic bond market in the world as well. So based on this infrastructure and the geographic advantage that Malaysia has, so that's why we choose Malaysia. So what did we do in the trip? It's awesome. Before we went to Malaysia, there are a few things we have done before that. So we look for some special events or conferences so that we can maximize our return during the trips. And we have utilized our personal network, no matter it's from banking industry or the property industry or other industries. Most of them or some of them are from Dragon Nation as well. So Dragon Nation is a good platform for us to connect friends or tenants globally. And we have contacted some government body as well. As you can see, the Central Bank of Malaysia, and we went to the Islamic Finance Gallery as well. So we joined the Islamic Finance News Forum, and I have to say because the financial leaders and the leaders from academic or the governments, they they have joined the forum, share their views on the futures of Islamic finance, and the theme is very, it fits our today's topic as well. It's green and sustainable finance, right? So we learn from the best speakers in the forum. And after that, we have interviewed with different experts. As you can see the left-hand side, here's from the banking, and some of them is from the corporate. And we have visited the property investment projects as well. So it's a casual and official events, right? And we have visited the Central Bank of Malaysia to get more information and for it's more comprehensive visit for us. Of course, we have explored the city and taste the local food as well. It's delicious and it's good, full of memory. Okay, I think that's it for our trip. And then my teammate, David, will share a little bit more about what's the key takeaways during the trip.
Okay, thank you, Darren. So I think, first of all, thank you, HSBC, for sponsoring our trip to Malaysia. And what has been a great and wonderful trip before the COVID hit. And even though we only went for a week, but we actually get a lot of insight during our trip. First of all, we experience the growth opportunity for Islamic finance. Statistically speaking, you know that there's like 25%, 1/4 of the world population is Muslim, and a Muslim have one of the most stricter religious requirements, and hence a lot of time they require their finances to be Islamic as well. But currently they only hold 1% of the total global asset. So there's a huge growth opportunity. And you can, when we attended forum, we can see a lot of that, optimistic among the participants and a lot of growth potential. Next, please. Yeah. And also, currently, I mean, Islamic banking and Sukuk, which is the bond equivalent in Islamic finance, has a lot of contribution. And one thing during the trip we learned is a lot how the Islamic finance has been around for many years, but it has been very traditional and not very modern. But in the recent 2 decades, they have done a lot of different new invention that brings the different, for example, the traditional bond in the global market is not allowed in Islamic finance, but they have managed to come up with a version of bond which does comply with the Islamic finance regulation. And so you see a lot of innovation in that Islamic finance system that try to catch up to the global market. And you can see Malaysia having the more modern and as well as more mature banking system is helping the whole Islamic world do a lot of such innovation. And personally, us looking from a Hong Kong standpoint, I think in Hong Kong, we have a lot more finance experts, and there is a lot more potential for growth in Hong Kong as well. So I think just now, Darren have shared briefly about what is Islamic finance all about. But actually, when we go and visit, and also when we interview different corporate leaders as well as banking partners, they explain a lot more how the Islamic finance operates, and it's very interesting. First of all, Islamic finance have a lot of, there's one thing which they call the Sharia compliant, meaning that that the operation is of compliance with the Islamic, the underlying beliefs. So what they call for? It calls for justice, empowerment of all stakeholders. You have to be ethical, you have to be social, you have to be not do harm to the environment or not do harm to the society. Actually, a lot of that notion or underlying principle is the same with what we are doing now with the SDG as well as the ESG reporting in the financial sector. So there's a lot similarity between the two concepts. And that's why a lot of the time when a financial product is Islamic Sharia compliant, a lot of time, most of the time, it's also ESG compliant. So that's a very good starting point for Islamic finance. However, when we interview some of the business owners who are actually trying to get get into Islamic finance, they do see a lot of like challenges. For example, one of the business we interview is actually a poultry business, one of the largest in Southeast Asia. Even though chicken by itself should be halal as well as fulfilling the Muslim belief, some of the waste of they produce actually used to feed pigs. And because pork is not Muslim compliant, so end up the whole business is not, they couldn't enter into the Islamic finance market. So you can see a lot of time that they have all this regulation is actually quite stringent. So in order to fulfill them, a lot of the time business have to do different changes in order to comply. And this is actually interesting because some of the, just the example earlier is about pork is a bit limiting, but on the other hand, a lot of the time it's more about environment, social, which is actually contributing to the SDG goals. So what does it mean for like youths in Hong Kong? I think Hong Kong actually have a very important role to play as a financial hub of the whole Belt and Road initiative. So, but currently in Hong Kong, even though our government have started thinking about Islamic finance like 15 years ago, but there is not much have been done since then in Hong Kong. So in terms of regulation, in terms of knowledge, awareness, etc., I don't really see much of that in the financial sector. So I think there's still a long way to go. And especially for the youth in Hong Kong, I think Muslim is a very minority in Hong Kong, but in terms of in the whole world, Muslims actually play a very important role, especially a lot of the Belt and Road countries are also Islamic countries. So I think it's very important for us, the Hong Kong youth, to get to be more cultural aware of what is Muslim about, what is their practice, what is their belief, so that when we go out and we outreach or do business or do partnership in those countries, we are more culturally adapted. And secondly, one of the reasons we went to Malaysia is because it's one of the bigger hub of Islamic finance. But globally, Malaysia market is very, very small compared to Hong Kong's financial market. So we do think that the Hong Kong have very unique role to play in the whole Belt and Road initiative, and getting more people interested in this topic and understanding of other countries, especially in, for example, in the realm of Islamic finance, is going to be very important for the future development. And lastly, I think all youth should be more aware of different trends that's happening, not just in Hong Kong, but more globally, and not just in the big country like US, UK, but also in the developing country, such as the Middle East, such as Southeast Asia, such as South Asia. So I think that's our take on our trip to Malaysia. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Darren and David, for the very impressive sharing. I think it's a very interesting theme to explore in terms of Islamic finance. So I've got a couple questions from the floor who are quite interested to learn more about the trip that you made, and as well as Islamic finance. So I think, so one of the question is, so Malaysia, I think plenty of Hong Kongers perhaps have visited the country as a tourist when they were small, when they were family. Was that the first visit to Malaysia that you guys have when you went over for this trip?
Actually, I've been to Malaysia for more than, I think, around 10 times.
Wow,
so
that's a lot.
I think one of the reasons why we picked Malaysia, because we do have a lot of local connections that can help us reach out to some of the more successful business leader, as well as some of the government bodies. So that help us utilize to have a more fruitful trip.
Yeah, I think that definitely is. If I am going to Malaysia, I don't think I can find as many experts as you guys did. But I'm curious. So what is the kind of most unexpected thing that you encountered when you visited Malaysia, like for the 11th time, right, on this trip? So what has changed? Is there any change in perception, change in understanding about the country, about the culture? What is the biggest shock that you had when you went on this trip?
I think for us, even though we have been, I have been there so many times, and Darren has been there a couple of times, but most of the time when we go there in the past, it's just as a tourist, just to eat, to sightsee and to shop at. But this is the first time that we go into the more business side of the whole place. And and for example, like Islamic finance for us is actually a very new topic before we went on the trip. So I think having this the funding actually pushes us to step out of our comfort zone to understand more that we have not heard or have not seen before. So I think before we go to the trip, we did some research online. We look up on what's the background of it. But when we interview the experts, then we actually see what are the challenges that they face when they actually want to do it. How it does it when it's operating.
Yeah, in terms of travel, I think as a tourist, I think Malaysia is a must-travel destination. Yeah, it should be on your list, to be honest. I think most of us have traveled to Taiwan, and Malaysia is quite similar to Taiwan, to be honest. People there are very friendly, and most of them can speak both English and Mandarin as well. And the food there is very tasty, and living standard is very low. So why not? Yeah.
So having a low living standard, what does that mean? For example, like what does an average meal cost in Malaysia when you visited?
It can cost as low as 10 Hong Kong.
All right.
I mean, basically, I think by around 100 Hong Kong, you can have a feast.
Okay. Remember, we have spent 7 Hong Kong dollars for a huge hotel. You can't imagine. Even in Taiwan, you can't have that experience with that price.
I think to rephrase, we should have a low cost of living, but actually the living standard is quite decent.
I see. That's great. So you guys also talk about how we should be aware of future trends and then understand more about Belt and Road country, especially developing cultural intelligence. So I wonder, I'm sure a lot of people or friends in the audience don't necessarily have a lot of friends in Malaysia, for example. So how would you advise young people in the audience? How should we get started in making friends, for example, in the Belt and Road country so that we can get closer to the development and news and all that is happening in those countries?
First of all, I think it starts by reaching out to those that are living in Hong Kong, but from our overseas country. I mean, currently, I think nowadays it's fortunate for students in Hong Kong to have a lot more and more international classmates. So I think that is a good starting point. And the second part would be joining a lot of like overseas exchange program or like a lot of the program, which is, for example, organized by Federation of Youth Group, as well as some of the, I think it's often getting started. As long as you know someone there, then you can leverage on their network to know more people and establish your connections.
Yeah, I would like to say, just join the Dragon program, and then we give you the global network.
That's good advice. I was part of Dragon as well. But then I think we obviously also know that under COVID right now, there's not much opportunities to travel to Belt and Road countries. So how do you guys stay connected to the news or development in that space? Like, is there a Twitter or Facebook or like what sort of news outlet that you follow, or what are some of the habits that you have that you maintain regularly to stay in touch with that trend and with that culture?
I think keep in touch is quite simple in the nowadays, thanks to the technology, right? So I still can frequently get updates about my Malaysia fans on the Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the most simple way. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I also agree. I mean, as we are embarking onto the metaverse, I mean, geographical limitation is getting less and less important. And if you want to stay in touch, you will stay in touch. So having the will to like, for example, I've sometimes have news from overseas more than news in Hong Kong. So depending on your expanding your horizon and be more open to new information, I think that's
right. Got it. One final question from the floor. So if I'm a youth in Hong Kong, I'm interested in Belt and Road in general, but I don't have a kind of specific country that I have friends in or that I am like particularly interested in. So, but you guys obviously picked Malaysia back then. So how would you advise people like myself, right? I don't have a particular interest in one single country, but then I want to get started. So how would you advise me?
I think there's a very wide diversity among the Belt and Road country. So rather picking a country, maybe it would be more interesting to pick a topic that you're interested. Maybe you are more interested in women's empowerment, or you're more interested in solar power or green energy. I mean, different countries have different age in different topics. So I think going by the topic and then picking a country would be more interesting or more useful in my opinion.
Right.
I agree.
Cool. Okay. Well, thanks, David and Darren, for the kind sharing and the time. I think we're reaching the mark now. And so the next, thank you both again for sparing time to share with us. And then next coming up would be Mr. Dan Cheung. He's a graduate from the National University of Singapore. Obviously, he's born and raised in Hong Kong. He has plenty of interesting experiences in the Southeast Asia region. So why don't we pass the time to Dan, and Dan can get started on the sharing, and then we'll follow up with some questions later on. So over to Dan. Dan, I think you have muted yourself.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
All right, that's great.
Yep. Thank you again, and very happy to share with all of you today about my experience as a founder of a youth charity, which are dedicated in the uplifting youth leaders in Hong Kong and also in Asia, and also providing some youth exchange, and also my experience in the Singapore. Because as mentioned, I was a graduate from the Econ Youth School of Public Policy in Singapore just now for a master program in public administration. And over the year and over the previous years, I have also been traveling to all the different countries, so that it will be quite interesting to learn about some insights and stories of different social enterprise and also different initiatives around the place. Yep. And yeah, and for me personally, I was originally I was a travel writer when I was graduated, but now I'm working towards more on the NGO and also the SDG, Sustainable Development side. And then what I have been doing is from the media, and then I go to the different topic, and then go back to media, and on the parallel side, I was also involved in different NGOs projects, and that's why I got exposed to different projects in Asia, and also some story and initiative. And right now, today I will be talking about the SDG, which you may have very familiar with the different goals of the SDG. And then to me, actually, I have some focus that I'm more passionate about, so that actually to me, I'm thinking about there are many goals and areas in the sustainable development, but you may not be targeting all of them. Actually, you can set some of them may of your interest and of your passion so that you can be more focused in one of the few areas that you may be working on. And then actually for the SDG, there is some report published by Cambridge Press. And then you can see that for the Southeast Asia country, actually over the pandemic, there is some setback, major setback everywhere, not only for the Southeast Asia country, but you can also see for some specific country-wise, you can see that actually some of the significant challenge remains is about the poverty and also about the different environment issue in the Asia. And that is somewhere that we may be having ourselves and having our NGOs, our entities to tackle on, especially for the inequalities. About that is the widening between the rich and the poor owing to the pandemic. That is something I'm personally also looking into. And also by the SDG report, there are 6 transformation areas that is highlighted. First is about the education, gender, and inequality. Second is about the health, well-being, and the demography, and also about the energy, sustainable industry. About the fourth transformation is about the sustainable food, land, and the water, and also about the cities, communities, and finally, it's about the digital revolution and the sustainable development. And to me, for my sharing today, I will focus on the 1 and the 6, the education one, and also the digital transformation one. Yeah, and firstly, why I'm interested and passionate about the education is because it builds the human capital and promotes the economic growth, decent work, and also elimination of the poverty. I think it is one of the very important goals in the SDG, and you can see it is the first goal is about low poverty, and also the 10th goal is about the inequalities. So that I think education is actually an equalizer and a good tool that we may leverage on to promote the equality and also to help with the decent work and also the economic growth. And then you can see that the SDG call is a call for the universal free education for 9 years compulsory. But meanwhile, actually, for the pandemic, there is something that we may also look into is about the quality of the education, especially between the rich and the poor, no matter it is at the community level, individual level, or in the country level. The gap between the rich and the poor is widening because of the pandemic. And then we can also see that how we may leverage the technology, the digital, to improve the quality of the education. And there are some initiatives around the marketplace. For example, the Educate Girls, it is actually funded by some investment bank, is to try to achieve the behavioral, social, and economic transformation for the girls in India to close the gender gap, and especially for those educationally backward. And then they also mobilize some public, private, and then community resources for the education, which they build up different schools and different programs for the girls in India. And I think this is one of the traditional way that we may tackle is to build up more school and programs for the specific communities and for the countries. But meanwhile, there are also some other ways. For example, also in India, it was an NGO that I visited in 2001-2 and still are doing very well in India, in Mumbai. It is an NGO focused on the football because they think that actually football is also not just a lecture for the children, but it is a cohesion and it provides a strong sense of the belongings of the community for the children. And that's why this, the Oscar Foundation try to use football as a tool to engage the local children and then to put them back to the school and provide some training for the children there. Because what they have been seeing is that many children are left behind with those schools. And then because they may have some different addiction problems and they may have some early marriage and some all other problems. And then what they were doing is they told us if I tell you, okay, let's go to school, no one will listen. But they say, okay, let's play football together. Then they may gather some of the people. And that's why they start by gathering the people in the community, in the slum, in the Mumbai. And then they try to gather them and then teach them with the positive values and teach them the importance of the education step by step, one by one. And then eventually, gradually, they are partnering with more and more organizations, even like the big football club like the Manchester City, and also different foundations to work on the community education in the Mumbai, in the one of the cities in the India. And I think it is something that we may be also targeting is instead of doing some massive school programs, maybe the community level of initiative and action is something valuable for the education development. And also another one is Sapa Ujong, which I visited them in 2015. It is in one of the hill area in Vietnam. And then what they were doing is they try to make use of a social enterprise model, which they train up the marginalized children to become the tour operators, to become the different professionals around the industry. And they use the revenue to put back the education for the girls and also for the children in the Vietnam to get them back for the opportunities and for the education. I think this is also one of the ways that we may think about when we are talking about the sustainable development. There are different ways. For example, you can see that some of them is by the foundation, which is about, for example, like the massive school program. There are some NGOs doing some community education. And other way, no matter big or small, you may make use is the social enterprise that try to make use of the revenue. And also, when you are thinking about the business model, you may actually integrate the social elements into your business model. For example, like this Sapa Ujong, they're actually a social enterprise that integrates the tourism model with the employment of the local people and also provide the opportunities for the local people. I think that is something quite interesting that you may think about for the different countries, and there are plenty of examples around the area. And also another one is about the technology. And this is a young founder in Singapore, which is originally from another Southeast Asian country. And then he founded the SDI Academy, which empower the migrants, workers, and refugees with language, vocational, and computer skill with a mobile platform, so that the people can learn about the English in Singapore easily, and then which they will increase the income level. And also they will make them more easy to communicate, and more importantly is to build up the friendship and build up the bonding of the communities. And that's why I think it is something that we may look into. Another way is by the technology and the startup method, because traditionally we have the private foundation, we have the NGO working on different solutions. But right now, actually, apart from them, there are also startup or business model that may be actually tackle both the social mission and also the monetary return. That I think it is quite a good example is in Singapore for the SDI Academy to tackle the English capacity for the migrants workers and also for a more inclusive community. Meanwhile, to increase their productivity, it is a win-win solution for both the workers and also for the Singapore government and also for the community. And another way I'm thinking, I'm looking into is the digital online education, education, and actually it is one of my graduate projects in the Lee Kuan Yew School, which we see the global pandemic has presented several challenges, but also there is opportunities for the technology adoption in many sectors, including the education. Meanwhile, but from our research, we can see that there are many perception barriers from the grassroots level, even from the lecturers, from the teachers, or from the students. There are some perception areas that they cannot realize the importance or the values about the online education. So that when we are talking about the technology, the online education, what they're thinking is, okay, when the pandemic is gone, we will go back to the so-called normal, so that it will be nothing changed, status quo. It is somehow a pity that we cannot leverage the pandemic, leverage the opportunities. And you can see that actually for the many countries, for example, like Vietnam, they have the education 4.0 direction policy, and also it is also echo their industrial revolution 4.0. However, IT infrastructure, network, and also the teaching, whether the lecturers, the teachers are compatible with the digital skills, and also the national guideline strategy is something holding back for the digital transformation in the higher education sector. And then for our report, we found that there is mismatch between the perception, because for the administrator, for example, like the university management, they will think that, okay, it is something good, something cool for us to have the digital transformation to be more technology focused. However, at the implementation level for the students and also for the teachers, they may find some difficulties about how they can really adopt the technology. That's why we are thinking that there should be some benchmarking to have an objective view between the teachers, students, and also the school management. And also there should be some national strategic and guidelines for the different government, not just Vietnam, but also for the other Southeast Asian country. For their digital transformation journey, it is very important to have the national strategic and also the guidelines. Meanwhile, there are another problem when we are talking about the online education is about the poor online education. Because for the teachers, they may think that they are only talking to the screen, which they may not realize the interaction between the students. Meanwhile, for the students, they may have different difficulties, no matter it is because of the internet connectivity or for their attention span or something like that. Therefore, there should be some training for the teachers and also for the students. And also, finally, I think this is one of the most important barriers is about the perceived benefits, which they have some perception barriers that they cannot recognize the importance of the online education and how they can be actually enhancing their learning journey with the digital transformation. And this is something I found for the graduation report about the online education in Vietnam, which is the Belt and Road. And meanwhile, in Hong Kong, what I have been working is also about some education and social inclusion. Recently, I have been looking into the ethnic minorities students, and I realized that actually about half of them never interact with the Chinese students, and even more, 17% of them never been invited for the Chinese gathering in Hong Kong. Even though some of them are highly educated, actually we have quite a lot of people, the ethnic minority students are enrolled in the higher institutions in Hong Kong, but meanwhile they may turn out to be having some low paid job because they cannot have the social networking and the ability to get a better job because of the language barriers and also the perception areas. And so that what we have been doing is we will be doing a training for the local communities about to pick out the barriers and also to place them with different social projects so that they can build up the bonding and they can also make some friends, make some improve their skills, knowledge, and also to have build up the social capital. This is something I'm looking into. And another direction I'm looking into is about the digital transformation, which it covers a lot of area, including, for example, in some Southeast Asia countries, is about agriculture. It can be some marketing, robotics, retail, media, health, of course, education, public administration. And what I have been learning from Singapore is that they are moving really fast from the government. For example, they have the Smart Nation Initiative, which they talk about the digital government, digital economy, and digital society. And recently, the MTI, the Ministry of Trade in Singapore, actually just signed a new agreement with the UK government about some digital economy, which try to protect the industry and also to foster the development of the digital economy, which I think is something for the policy direction, something that we may also tap into. And another initiative from the Singapore, which I think is very good, is about the skill future. They are talking about two levels. For the individual level, it is about the lifelong education, which we have been emphasizing in Hong Kong as well, but they are trying to make it more into digital focus. And meanwhile, what I have been appreciating is about their digital roadmap for different industry. They have developed different roadmap, different blueprints according to different industry to target their specific need. For example, for accounting, they may be looking into the need for the online account accounting software, and they may be, and then they will see, okay, what is the skills and what is the training that I need to provide for the accounting practitioners to catch up with the digitalization and the digital transformation journey of the industry. And also for the medical, there may be some telemedicine, there may be different solutions that may be suitable for the industry specific. So that for the Singapore government, it is the whole of government approach. When they are moving, they are talking about all the different industry, different ministry, all together for the same direction and the same goal. And that is something we may also take into. And it is from the Singapore government materials, you can see that there are different aspects about how to be a smart nation, be digitalized. For example, they have a smart town. The Pongo is one of the new town planning of Singapore, which they try to embed the digitalized infrastructure in the area, and also they will build up a new university over the area, and then they will have some smart platform. For example, they will have the Trace Together, like the application in Hong Kong. Meanwhile, when they're doing the Trace Together, actually, when you are scanning your attendance to different shopping malls and to different restaurants, they will automatically show your vaccination status, so that you do not need to check manually for the application. And also the national digital identity, e-payments, and also the different lives. It is all about the daily life to the macro policy level. It's all about digital government and digitalization in Singapore. And meanwhile, they also have the Asian Smart City Networks, which are established in 2008, provide platform for different cities. And you can see that there are many cities are included in the Smart City Network, which they are talking about the digital transformation at the cities level and how they can actually bring up to more modernized and digital for the smart city projects. And then you can see that, so that actually for the digital transformation, there are many areas that you may also look into. And finally, about the ESG, which is one of the very hot topic over the years. And you can see that actually for there is some progression for the ESG from the traditional profit only model. Right now, it is not just about the philosophy, but it is something in the between. It's about the ESG integrated. We are trying to pitch together the impact and also the financial return for the different industry, different companies, so that we can have a more sustainable value creation for the whole country, for the whole chain of the economy. And you can see that also there are different approach about the traditional philosophy, from the traditional massive school building program to there are more programs about the commercial development, social program engagement that is tackling about the SDG goals at the corporate level and also at the private-public partnership. And that is something that I have been working on and seeing the insights from other countries. And that is part of my presentation. Thank you. And then let's see if we have other comments and questions.
Thank you, Daniel. That's a great sharing. You gave us a lot of insights about developments in the SEA and then also in terms of government and on the civil society sector as well. So I've got a couple questions from the floor. So I know that Daniel has went on to study for a master's degree in Singapore at the National University of Singapore. So why did you make that choice? And how was the experience there? How compared to your experience in Hong Kong?
Yeah, why I make that choice is because I think Singapore is a hub for the ASEAN country, because I always wish to get connected with the ASEAN countries, for example, like the Myanmar, Thailand, and also all the Malaysia, and because it is a regional hub in Singapore. And what I have been facilitated is about the diversity of the different cultures, and it has been a great experience in the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, because we have been seeing different community leaders and also different government officials from all the different national government countries in the ASEAN countries coming together to learn, and we definitely we have a different perspective, and we have a different insights about the social development. And I think it is something that we may treasure is about the friendship that we build among the cohort, and also it is something that we may, as David mentioned previously, is about the horizon that the student may build up. I think it is a good choice to go study abroad and get to know more people. Yeah.
Well, I'm quite curious. So can you share with us, for example, one person or one incident that you think, wow, that's something unheard of, or something that you have never expected to encounter when you went to study in Singapore?
Yeah, sure. For example, let's say one of my classmates who is Indian Singapore, which he is doing some in the health industry. Before joining to the school, he was working on his company about the health tech, and then they are trying to digitalize different health solutions for the different companies. And right now he's now working in the economics and talking about how they can, at the national level and at the wider policy level, how can we better leverage and also to collect different insights and solutions to tackle the health industry issues. And I think it is something interesting, and because to me, I have never been exposed about the public health industry. But then after the study and after the interaction with my classmate, I realized that it is something that may be actually quite important. And especially when we are talking about the digital transformation, it is also important to link them together with the public health and also link them together with all the stakeholders together. And of course, there are also other people like the professors from different areas. They will talk about the different policy practice and also how we may digitalize the government in the different countries. Yeah, also interesting.
Right, that's cool. So I think plenty of us in Hong Kong have heard about Singapore, have thought about it, and always, I think in the news, there's always this comparison between Hong Kong and Singapore, thinking that we're quite similar in terms of how we started, and then in terms of where we stand in global finance, in the region, etc. So having been to Singapore for, I think, more than a year or two, when you were studying, so how would you compare the two places? What is the biggest kind of impression that you have?
Yeah, let me also talk about a perception change, because before going to Singapore, I was always on the media, we are trying to compare Hong Kong and Singapore, and somehow we are like a competitor. But actually, after studying in Singapore, I realized that we are not a competitor, but we can go together for a better future in the Asia market, because for example, there are many similarities between Singapore and Hong Kong in terms of the population size, and also in terms of the geographic size of the place. And meanwhile, there are different technology, for example, technology solutions. There are different policy that we may be learning from each other. So that actually, for example, for many of my Singapore's people, actually they may want to explore about the GBA, the Greater Bay Area in the China, in the GBA market. And then actually Hong Kong is a good gateway, and also we can become a fence for them, a gateway. We can become a fence for them to understand more about the GBA market. And meanwhile, we can leverage on the Singapore to learn more about the ASEAN market. So that I think when we can get all connected, and also the Belt and Road Initiative, and then it will be a very big market that we may explore together for a wider market and for a wider impact, for a bigger impact. Yeah.
Right, that's great. I'm also curious, how do you think, like in terms of Belt and Road development, what is the general understanding or impression or interest level in Singapore on this particular theme? Like I'm sure in Hong Kong, right, we have this forum on Belt and Road, and plenty of the news, government officials talk about it as well. But how is it perceived in Singapore, or especially among the friends that you've made in Singapore?
Yeah, it is a good question. I think to Singapore, because they have been closely tied with the ASEAN country like the Indonesia, Malaysia, and also the other countries. So that to them it is something that they have been continuously doing. And then with the Belt and Road Initiative, it is even a force they may accelerate the discussion and the partnership, which is a good deal for them. And meanwhile, as mentioned, they are also interested in the GBA market, which actually some of them have been talking about actually how we may work together to connect the GPA with the ASEAN, and then so that it will become a truly big market. That is something that Hong Kong and Singapore may become the pioneer and also become the connector that connect the different markets all together. And then it will be something, a great initiative, and it is of course of the great interest. Yeah.
Right, that's cool. So there is two final questions, one to Daniel and then the other to Darren and David before we wrap up this session. So before going into Singapore, I'm sure Dan have some plans about what you want to do in the future. After going to Singapore, how has that changed?
Yeah, after going to Singapore, actually, it consolidates my insights and also my thought to become a connector between the Hong Kong and also for the wider market. For example, no matter it's about the GBA or the ASEAN or the Belt and Road, because what I've been seeing for the values of the Hong Kong people and our traditional Hong Kong's value is about becoming a super connector. That is to connect the different fans, also different investment opportunities, and also for a wider impact. So that it will be my career direction is to become a connector between the different regions, different fans all together from all the countries I know. For example, for the people I know from the LKYSBP, and also there are plenty of collaboration opportunities that we may work on, and I will be also trying hard to work with some project with them in the future. Yeah.
That's very cool. Thank you, Dan. And the final question from the floor, directed to Darren and David. So the audience is curious, so what kind of industry do you think is most suitable for Islamic finance research and development? I think the question is trying to address particularly to Hong Kong. So what kind of players or organizations in Hong Kong should be looking at Islamic finance?
I think, first of all, I mean, the financial market in Hong Kong is still very much focused on the Western, the US or Europe. So I think having more acceptance or at least awareness of what's happening in the more developing country is important. And then besides, I think Islamic finance is not that like unique in the sense that it's actually can be applied to almost all industry as long as besides those like tobacco or gambling or those like damaging society or environment kind. So I think a lot of industry, especially those ESG related companies should have a look into the Islamic finance. Of course, in terms of the financial market capital size is not that big. So many companies might not be that interested in spending the effort. But I think Hong Kong as the financial hub for the Belt and Road Initiative, we should definitely look into it.
I totally agree. Yeah, as a financial hub, it's always good to widen your port authoring, right? So when we always say we're only authoring that, I think that's easy money we earned in the past few decades. We are as a super connector bridging the China and the US world, right? So, but in the coming few decades, I think the Belt and Road Initiative is the most important part. So I think it's a good timing for us to look into the new ecosystem to include the Islamic finance to make our financial hub more comprehensive. And for the youth opportunities, I think it's always good to start with a niche market, right? Currently, I think the normal financial port is very crowded. It's a red ocean already. As a youth, I would strongly recommend you to study something new, no matter it's Islamic finance or crypto finance. It's something new, right? So that that the information is not transparent, but it's opportunities for you to grow or to gain greater returns. Yeah.
I think one last point to add, I mean, also echoing Dan's presentation, actually there's a lot of new innovation in the Belt and Road countries. So spend more time, don't just look at the globe, when you look at the global news, like developing countries, not just disaster and war. There's a lot more innovation and a lot of new business or new social enterprise happening. So go look into it.
Great. Thank you, Darren, David, and Dan. I think with that, we are wrapping up this session. So I think for youths in Hong Kong interested in the Belt and Road theme, in particular in relation to sustainability, I think there are 3 tips that our guests have shared with us. Number 1, stay culturally aware, like make friends with people, especially those in Hong Kong from these countries, so that you can tap into their networks and their insights and observations about those countries. And then 2, pick an area that you're most interested in, right? Instead of picking a particular country, pick a theme under the SDG on sustainability, or whether it's Islamic finance, women empowerment, social enterprise, and then identify interesting projects that are happening in the particular countries. And then finally, stay in touch with the news, with development outside of Hong Kong, right? And that would help us identify future opportunities and perhaps make a career out of it. Cool. Thank you once again, Darren, David, and Dan. And now I'll hand over back to the MC, Annette.
Thank you. That was a really interesting session. Now we would like to take a group photo. So please look at your cameras and we will screenshot right now. Networking lunch. It will start at 1 p.m. For registered participants, please transit to another Zoom meeting room, which we have previously sent to you in the email. If you need any assistance, please talk to us now in the chat room by sending a message, and we will provide the necessary assistance. For other participants, please come back for plenary 2 at 2:10. Thank you. Welcome back to Plenary Session 2, Fueling a Digital Silk Road. In this session, we will look at how digitalization is taking the forefront of economic endeavor and will assess the concerns and attractions in developing a digital Silk Road. We will also examine other criteria needed, including a digital infrastructure for robust growth, and look at how technology makes its impact. Today, we are honored to have 5 panel speakers and moderator here with us. If you have any questions, please just drop them into the chat room, and we will pass them to the moderator later. May I now pass the time to Dr. Patrick Lau, Deputy Executive Director of Hong Kong Trade Development Council, to facilitate the panel discussion. Dr. Lau, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, firstly, I thank you for
And I think what Microsoft is actually offering to the table is primarily our digital infrastructures, be it a cloud data center or some of the cloud service that support the trade, the collaboration among all these customer partners within all these countries. So you answer about the last 24 months or so, while the pandemic actually hitting us, I think what we see actually change a lot is what we call digital transformation, right? As our CEO said, the last 2 years of digital transformation, actually see over 2 years of transformation in less than 2 months. What it means is actually our customers rely pretty much on technology to help them to collaborate, to communicate, and also do business online. I think our other speaker from Timor will speak more on that. So because of the requirement and the need of our customers really increasing. We just continue to add more features, more functions, if you like, to our service to support this development of digital transformation. So for Belt and Road countries, economy, or even organization within all these Belt and Road countries will continue to commit to support your business development collaborations with our cloud services.
Thank you, Fred. If you don't mind, may I follow up with an immediate question?
Sure.
You mentioned digital infrastructure. Is there a digital divide in the Belt and Road countries, meaning some countries having a more advanced infrastructure than the others? And does Hong Kong have a role to play in that?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you look at a number of countries, these countries are very different and varying in terms of technology adoption or even in terms of infrastructure readiness. Some are very, very advanced, like Singapore, even like Italy, right? Some of them are really not that advanced, and they're still in underdeveloped or developing countries. So in terms of a contribution from Hong Kong, I think is tremendous. I think if a country do not have any infrastructure, we can actually go there and help them to build the infrastructures. But in order to build the infrastructure, you also need the digital infrastructure to support anybody to build a physical or virtual infrastructures. So for more mature countries, then they probably already have infrastructures. They already have a data center, they already have cable network ready. What they need probably is applications, solutions to support the enterprise or government to continue to excel in the Belt and Road collaboration arena. So I think it's multiple. I think the opportunity for youth in Hong Kong is tremendous, from helping to develop the infrastructure, to extend to help the organization to build applications, and so on and so forth.
Very well said, Fred. Let me now move to CK Chen, the head of Hong Kong and Macau at Tmall Taobao. Obviously, the pandemic has made e-commerce into such a mainstream for a lot of people, including myself. I now shop, I think, more online than offline. But even before the pandemic, e-commerce have already been, getting more and more popular. What is your view of e-commerce and Belt and Road and the opportunities there lie?
I think over the last 2 years, the pandemic really boosted e-commerce. But I think there are two sides. On one hand, during the pandemic period, I think all the e-commerce players trying to lower the barrier to encourage more people to get into the e-commerce platform. So the first things I see the most is to lower the barrier to make the merchants more welcome to join the platform. This is one thing. The second thing is about technology. So because merchants are not physically be able to reach out to the end customer, so there are a lot of new type of technology that has already been there. But during the pandemic period, it's the usage boost. So for example, like live streaming. So live streaming last year in mainland China, it's actually doubled to over 1,000 billion RMB. But the most important thing is not, you might see it from the news that there are a lot of KOL, live streamer to do all the stuff, but we see that the biggest boosts are from merchants. So merchants do the live streaming directly and serve the end customer directly. So I think this is a very important thing. So I think during the pandemic, a lot of people say that e-commerce enjoy the boost the most. But actually, it's like Olympic. So we during the pandemic, there are a lot of orders, there are a lot of demands in e-commerce, but how we can make it sustainable, it's very important. So we have been trying very hard. On one hand, like what I've mentioned, we build the technology so that the merchant, not just during the pandemic, they can use the live streaming or online product launch, but actually they can move this technology and make it a routine process, and which is even better than the offline event, make it more efficient. And the second thing is, I think in Hong Kong, we are quite rely on tourists. Like you can see the total retail consumption in Hong Kong in the past is around 50% are from tourists. So I think this is not just the case in Hong Kong, and even in mainland China or in other areas, we see the economy rely on tourists in some sense. So I think in this period of time, people will try to think that we cannot just serve the tourists. We have to serve the local market, but as well, we need to explore how we can go to different markets. And this is where the Belt and Road comes in. So I think this is one thing is a lot of, in the past, there are a lot of merchants, they only need to serve the mainland domestic market, but they find that it's not good enough. So that's why my team, Tmall, has been working very, very closely to help the merchant who has already been the merchants in Tmall and Taobao in mainland China, but then we help them to go overseas. So in the Alibaba ecosystem, we have quite a number of e-commerce platforms in other markets. So we have been working very hard to bring the merchants outside mainland China to other markets. But at the same time, we are not just looking for merchants, because the impact is not just the brands itself, but also the production, the factories. So we are helping the production areas, the factories to upgrade so that they can go direct overseas. So I think this is the major change all the way from how we help the merchants get into the platform and get into the platform to other areas, and how we can use technology to enable them to do business better, and also to make the whole industry and production line upgrade. I think this has been the what we have been doing so far.
Very good, CK. I just want to remind the audience that you can ask questions, because we want to make this session interactive, and it's very rare and very good opportunity that we have a lot of experts here today. Just like CK have shared with us a lot of new things happening in the e-commerce. If our audience are interested to know more, please feel free to drop the questions, and we'll ask during this panel. So I want to move to Mr. Kevin Orr, who is the Group Vice President and Chief Investment Officer of Winner Medical Group, and also the United Nations SDG Pioneer. Kevin, may I ask you about health? Is also a very important topic. We have digital Silk Road. Do we also have health Silk Road? Is health also a key initiative around the Belt and Road? Please.
Thank you, Dr. Lau, and hello everyone. I think I'm in healthcare industry, especially CK just said about the supply chain, because we are one of the key PPE medical supplier in China, and I was like 20 years ago I faced SARS, and then now 20 years back then, and then now I face COVID. So personally, as a youth, I think I'm still youth. I mean, at that time I was 23. So I think I had a lot of feelings about the pandemic, how we as a healthcare suppliers can support our public healthcare system. During the COVID, as CK said about, the situation was we face a supply chain shortage and material shortage. As a responsible supplier, I think for Health Silk Road, especially for BRI and also Digital Silk Road, I have a few views about as a post-pandemic. I think we learned from the pandemic experience was I call it a healthcare supply and 1.0, which is before that when it was SARS. It was just a normal supply and limited reserve. Even we reserve for our national as a national reserve supplier. At that time, we don't know there is that excessive demand during the COVID. So, but as a SDG responsible consumption and innovation implementation for how to drive the supply back to normal is we imply alternative materials, green materials like reduce plastics and also other non-biodegradable medical products. I think also I like to advocate is we need a green procurement policy that should be enhanced the enforcement from the government to strictly use greener products and to change the green economy for a better environment. And that's one of the SDG acceleration. And for BRI countries in rural area, in health, we do in health infrastructure, we also include digital technology like sensors, like in the public toilets, and to linking to so that the sensors can link to government as a relevant data for government health management. We also propose like to imply necessary primary care and health screening that reduce health problems in the long run. And also very important is the health funding challenges between the BRI countries, that it should be a public-private philanthropy partnerships, plus green health financing also crucial. So for digital Silk Road, I think we should enhance into a 2.0 version. We should have a digitalized joint G alliance or NGO alliance e-platform set up by a G2G BRI platform format in regional to centralize PPE medical supplies production and reserve and also the monitoring so that like such as in ASEAN countries or in African countries like that, so that to support each other during the disaster relief pandemic situation to reduce such shortage and arouse the alert for the pandemic situation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kevin. That's a very, very interesting observation. Definitely, we need to have the health side in order to enjoy the digital Silk Road. But like you say, actually, the whole Belt and Road concept can have a lot more enhancement, to create more opportunities for everyone. So that's very good. I want to now move to Mr. Han online, Han Tianqi, who is the president of China Council for G20 Young Entrepreneurs Youth Alliance. Tianqi, I want to ask if, from a youth entrepreneur's perspective, how the Belt and Road opportunities come to you? How do you feel about the digital Silk Road opportunities? And would that be any different from what we have heard just now from Fred, from CK, and Kevin, from a more sort of larger corporation and larger, higher level perspective? Anything applicable to youth entrepreneurs in particular? Tianqi.
Thank you, Dr. Lau. First, I want to introduce the organization which I'm in, which is the G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance. We're a global network of young entrepreneurs. We are also leading practice of the G20. We are founded in year 2010, and in 2015, our global membership reached 1 million. So the Alliance represents over 1 million young entrepreneurs across the G20 country, and through our members, we employed over 12 million people. So in terms of young entrepreneurship, we are one of the largest organizations on this planet. In terms of the Belt and Road Initiative, it's a very, very important initiative globally. And And very interesting is that a lot of the G20 countries already are also the BRI member. Indonesia, which is next year's the G20 summit host, India, Russia, and Singapore is also a member of the BRI, but it's also an observer country for the G20. So I'd like to echo some of my fellow panelists who just mentioned the digitalization is a very important trend to revolutionize our economy. We've seen a lot of opportunities for young entrepreneurs rising, particularly in this industry. I think, the pandemic is a global crisis which we have never experienced before. But on the good side is that it greatly accelerates the global digitalization across all sectors. And I think there are a lot of different opportunities, but one observation we have is that industries get related with digitalization is usually has the really the pioneer player is from the young entrepreneurs. For example, the blockchain industry, and also the rising NFTs, with art and IPs, brandings from all over the globe. The pioneer are young entrepreneurs, and also another quite big opportunity is the metaverse industry. Almost all the leading company in metaverse is led by young entrepreneurs. I think this is a very important trend, but at the same time, we are also observing that some of the businesses are very seriously affected by the pandemic. It's not that digitalized, so it's more directly affected by the pandemic. So I would, there are a lot of things that we are doing right now. I think like my panelists just mentioned, to build a global G2G platform providing business opportunities globally. Actually, the G20 Entrepreneurs Alliance, we're actually doing this right now. We're designing a cell phone app and also a big database, connecting all of 1 million members globally. Although we do summits like the G20 Leaders Conference, but that only happens once a year. We want to, through this platform, to create a real-time that happens all year around, a big business networking platform for all the G20 countries. I think this is a very important thing that we are doing, and it will help not only the digitalized industry, but also those ones who are not that digitalized or very much negatively affected by the pandemic.
Thank you. Thank you, Tianqi. This is very exciting to hear that there is a G2G platform that you are setting up to help, creating more business opportunities for everyone involved. Definitely, here in Hong Kong, we, at my organization, the HKTDC, we also organize various programs and events around the Belt and Road teams, as well as youth entrepreneur opportunities. And after this meeting, we want to seek out to see if we have an opportunity to collaborate, to bring more business opportunities. I can see that the audience are very interested at this panel because I already have questions flowing in. One question in particular it's very, I think, very pertinent, and I want to ask all the panelists. And it's a very practical question: is what kind of IT skills do you think will be most important for a future career? Is it VBA, Python? Is it something specific, or you can talk about more generic? Maybe I start with Fred again.
Yeah, I think it's a very relevant question, right? I think I don't have to give you all the data, right? But you look at all those reports from like a World Economic Forum, Future Skill Trend, all that. So they all say in the next 10 years, or probably before 2030, 60% of the job will be replaced by AI, right? Robotic. And many people actually still studying in school. When they graduate, the job doesn't exist today, right? So, and also I saw later another report from McKinsey. They say in next 10 years or by 2030, so the requirement of the most required skill in order to perform in any jobs, any career is technology skill, right? But what sort of technology skill really require? I don't really have a crystal ball. But if I look at the LinkedIn data, actually LinkedIn, by the way, is our sister company, one of the companies bought by Microsoft. So we really have a what called economic graph, where you look at like, the job requirement from employer and also the skill provided by the candidates, right? We do some matching. So I just look at the Hong Kong data. The most highest short tech skill that required in Hong Kong is actually cloud AI big data. That was a study last year. So I think this year I probably see some, signals from blockchain, from metaverse, this kind of like, I would say hype or trendy words. So I think for the last couple of years, we still see cloud computing, AI, big data, blockchain, the most, I would say, highest, the one in highest demand in the market. So if along with this, the title of this event, Future Skill Development, I think my recommendation is look at this, what I call ABC, straightforward. I can go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but ABC, AI, big data, and cloud or blockchain. These are probably the most popular skill that I really suggest everybody go and learn. I'll share how you'd actually learn that later on, right? Of course, there are multiple pathways to learn this skill. There are some very, very easy pathway, or there are very expensive pathways as well. So are you interested? I can give you more insight on this area later on.
Thank you, Fred. After this very scary prediction that everyone will be out of a job, at least you offer a solution that people need to really study AI, big data, blockchain, cloud computing. These are the areas of future skills, right? But just now, CK also mentioned, during the pandemic, the e-commerce, it's not everyone can succeed in e-commerce. If we just open a Taobao store, there may be no customers going there unless you do something more like live streaming, KOL, some part of the digital marketing. Are those specific skills that the youth need to pick up, CK?
Yeah, so like what I've mentioned, I think the demand over the last 2 years boost both all the way from the end customer side, as what you, Dr. Lau has mentioned. We need to do a lot of digital marketing. So from that point of view, like search optimization, that includes a lot of AI algorithm, and also even we are improving the payment, improving the search, and also like the item suggestions. All these are including AI and cloud computing. So this is, we are heavily hiring a lot of talents in these areas. But at the same time, I mentioned not just end customer side, but we need to optimize the supply chain. Yeah, the industry supply chain as well. So it's all the way. So I think it's okay. I think the most important thing is not just that technology. It's where is the customers are, and also where are the opportunities. So I think if you are a student, you want to look for, I think it's very important. You can see that there are a lot of tech companies. They're hiring a lot of young people. It's not because we want young people. It's because the technology, young people are the most tech-savvy group of people. They can understand where the market, how the end customer are using them, how the factory, or how you interact with shops or brands. So this is the most important thing And when you can only understand this, and then you apply the technology into these areas are the most important thing. So I will highly encourage students of talents, not just learn about the technology, but the application of it, and also what are the customer needs, what are the industry pain points, and then identify the opportunities out of that.
Well said, CK. In the past, Hong Kong has always been known to be, very savvy traders and merchants. They are able to adapt to new markets. And so in the new era, the digital era, obviously, like what CK said, you need to be digitally savvy, find all the digital methods to be successful even in e-commerce. So
I think technology is one of the language. So like in 20 years ago, people start to need to learn about Mandarin, right, to understand the potentially the biggest economy.
Still learning.
Yeah. So now I think everybody need to move into how to use technology as a language to communicate with different stakeholders in the industry.
Very well said. Thank you, CK. So Kevin, what is your perspective on the skills for the future?
I think as I'm one of the merchants in Alibaba, and we joined Double 11 for 10 years already. So we really enjoyed the changes, fast changes from the digital e-commerce ecosystem, I can say. I think for young persons in Hong Kong, I think in our global compact in global expert group, we talk about building a knowledge infrastructure is also important for globally, actually, global youth actually, and also we must have a young experts exchange and also training program. We will discuss very frequently there, and I think IT skill is global global language. You can be in Hong Kong. You can do projects, IT projects in China, in Africa, Europe. Is a global universal technology and skills. So I think our young persons should go into coding training and also programming, and also we talk about digital marketing. There's enormous opportunities which I had the experience in Double 11. So I think we should grab this opportunity. And also in our UN Global Compact, we have a Youth SDG Innovator Program, talking about SDG, how to accelerate our actions is our objective is to uniting the business. Within our business, you can groom our youth teams, your staff, your employees to work together like an IT digital project to tackle social problems. That's another way of corporate should be responsible to promote this kind of SDG program to our young persons, to build their skills. Yeah, thank you.
Definitely, I think technology skill is one thing. Also, the sustainability, ESG, is another aspect of skill set for future generation. I want to ask the same question of Tianqi. What do you think are the future skills? Is it IT skills?
I agree very much with what CK and Kevin just mentioned. I think we don't expect or encourage every youngster to be a coder, but we encourage all of them to learn a bit and especially understand how these technological skills, technological innovations are shaping and changing the world, the mechanism behind it. I think this is the very important thing, and particularly so under this current age. I think, historically speaking, we are living in a very special, unique age in human history. If we look through the human history, we are living in an age that the frequency of disruptive technology the frequency of disruptive technology happening is unprecedented in human history. You know, when the society, human society first, happened, the first disruptive technology is steam power. Human race waited tens of thousands of years, and then the first disruptive technology happened. And then we wait another about 200 years for the second disruptive technology, the electricity happened. But the information revolution happens in less than 100 years. And if we continue to dig deeper into the three steps of the information technology, the invention of computer, the invention of the internet, the invention of the smart cell phone, the gap of the time gets shorter and shorter. It's a little bit over 10 years and even less than 10 years. So we're living in a very special age that the frequency of disruptive technology happens in an unprecedented high rate. So I think if the youngsters, you are fail to embrace those new technologies, I'm not asking you to become expert, not asking you to become a coder, but you need to understand this. If you don't, you will definitely miss a lot of opportunities. Thank you.
Great. Definitely, I think this is why we have this session to really, tell from a corporate perspective, what will be the future opportunities, especially the technology side. I think just like we need to be savvy on the market in the past, now we need to be savvy on the technology and especially embrace digital economy. I have several questions actually coming in relating to green transformation. They're talking about when we are planning digital Silk Road, is it also a green Silk Road? Right? I think this is interesting. I note that Kevin in particular has a very impressive credentials. You are on the global expert group of the SDG Action Platform in healthcare sector for BRI countries of the United Nations Global Compact. So what do you think? Can it be a green Belt and Road? And is sustainability just about green or more?
Of course, because particularly in BRI countries, especially like in rural village areas, although the funding is quite shortage, but I think we should imply digital primary health care to imply on different rural areas to help the people, because without the better digital technology support, I think is how to have a better economy. You need to have a better healthcare, right? So, but for now, I think currently we in Hong Kong or BRI countries, I think we need digital collaboration in how to explore in government to government. We need like a BRI vaccine passport, or has standardized the PCR testing, and also how to standardize how to travel between each other, or especially we talk about opening our borders, right? That's how to move on. Firstly, to protect our health between each other and our cities and our citizens, right? And also So that's why we need digital technology imply on even crossing borders or even when your daily living or your property or even our economy. So that's why we need these kind of standardization, or between country to countries. Yeah, thank you.
Interesting answer. So basically, in terms of sustainability, it's also about equal access to health, better access to health, and also the digital enablement to get Belt and Road countries to all be able to access this very important element of health, right? So I want to get to Fred. I earlier asked about the digital divide. I think there's no secret that some places on the Belt and Road countries are more advanced on the infrastructure and also the usage of technology. How do you see sustainability? And is there also the same question, the green Belt and Road?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question and very important question as well. I think I can address in give you three answers. First of all, among these 140 some countries, if you're able to eliminate a number of trips or traveling between this country in order to do business among them, you will help reduce a lot of carbon emission, right? So one way to allow you to do that is actually using a video conferencing or collaboration technology like what we're doing right now in this conference.
Luckily, the airlines are not here.
Yeah, and the reason why people still don't use it a lot is the current this kind of a collaboration platform may not be very, very practical in terms of really doing a real business discussion. You still want to see people face to face, right? But with the advance of technology like VR, extended reality, when people actually can do this virtually, like the way they do it physically, by embedding or including this digital element into this what we call you can call it metaverse, right? If you can really feel like you're talking to a real person in front of you, why you need to travel, right? That's one way of applying technology to reduce number of trips among that in order to reduce carbon emission. The second answer to that is for all this country, if while they're developing their technology or developing their application solution, they require a lot of computing power. So in order to build a data center or computing infrastructure, it's not just very expensive, but it could be not very environmental friendly, right? So what you want to rely on is someone when they build the data center, but the way they build will have sustainability in mind. So I just take Microsoft example, right? We commit to use 100% renewable energy for all our data center in next 4 years' time. So the new data center we actually built about a month ago in Sweden is already 100% renewable, powered by renewable energy. And we also have a recycle center, so actually it's nothing going to waste from our data center. We reuse everything we actually being used within the data center. So that's really using technology or cloud technology. They actually rely on renewable energy. That's the second part. The third part is actually technology can help you to actually track where your carbon emission from. Whether it's a scope 1, scope 2, or scope 3, you need to really report, and then find way to reduce all that. So you rely on a lot of sensor or IoT technology, actually shared by Calvin, to actually track and already monitor, and then find way to report it, either it's a ESG reporting guy or something else. Once you have all this data, report, and you find insight and find way to reduce that. So really technology empower sustainability issues and stop this sustainability issue as well. That's what I want to share.
That's great. Those three elements are all very important. I want to come to CK from an e-commerce perspective. Obviously, we know e-commerce has helped a lot of small merchants like SMEs, getting access to new markets, and that obviously is part of sustainable finance. Any perspective on ESG from your business?
I think whether we can make the Belt and Road and e-commerce sustainable, I think it's more all about cost. So of course, we are advocating a lot of, for the God's sake of sustainability. We're promoting sustainability, but when you come into the commercial market, it's really about cost, right? It's very difficult for you to keep on losing money, but just to do the for good sake, right? So I think that's why we created the Belt and Road, because the market is big enough, and we have a good enough market and good enough supplies here. So I think this is why I'm optimistic to creating a sustainable development within the region. The second thing is you mentioned about there are a difference between the progress on the technology usage, but I see it's a good thing, because when you see that mainland China come last in terms of technology, but you see the adoption of 5G and stuff relative advanced. So when the market is good enough, big enough, you can create a lot of technology. And the good thing is, because of the discrepancy, there are a lot of good technology service provider region can offer a low-cost solution to those developing regions. So I think this is a very good balance within the Belt and Road. So you can see that in Timor, we have single days. We created a cloud computing technology that can handle several hundreds transactions a second. This is a level of you need to hack into 10 times more than the technology you need to hack into Pentagon. So why we are able to create that? Because the market is there. So I think the Belt and Road, the market is there. So we are able to create technology and sustainability that with a low cost, because it's a scale there. So I think this is very important. But of course, when we are doing this, we are talking a lot about the G2G. So the government came into place. I think this is a good thing, and not just regulated by the market. Sometimes it may not be good, but at the same time, I think the industry also needs to be heavily be participated into this to build a really sustainable technology and business environment, so that the decades to come, we can enjoy the economy prospect without damaging the environment badly. Yeah.
Great. Actually, a lot of exciting things coming out of all this panel. That's very, very good. I want to move to Tianqi because from a young entrepreneur's perspective, does sustainability play an important role? Because obviously you want to make money first. I think that's the key for any entrepreneurs. But how do sustainability come into play for young entrepreneurs? Tianqi.
Thank you, Dr. Lau, for the question. And I think sustainability is not only a goal for all human race for a joint future, but also a very, very big business opportunity from our observation. One key thing is that, I think from our just happened before in the UK, the COP26 conference. A lot of very important milestone for the entire world to execute and work together. And especially in China, our president word to the entire world. Two important milestones are already there. But I want to emphasize is that all these milestones requires not only efforts from the governments, from the large corporation, also I think in order to better really solve this problem, it requires innovative power to connect ordinary people. I've seen a lot of cases. Some of the cases are done by our members. One is that this year's Paulson Prize for Sustainability. The American's former Secretary of Treasury, Possum. He and his committee and his foundation will nominate a global, innovation award. And this year, one of our members again nominated as the winner. And their project is to, they build a carbon platform in order for, they work with Shunchang Yan in Fujian province. Is a underdeveloped, place, but 80% of its land is covered by forest. So it's a negative carbon zone. And through the platform they built, they allowed the farmers of this county to sell the forest they own. And ordinary people like you and me can buy the carbon that the negative carbon rate they generated. I was very surprised that a lot of young people in mainland China are working with this. It becomes viral on the internet. So I think this is a very interesting case, is that you really want to achieve the carbon neutral society. It requires not only efforts from the government and the large corporation, it requires efforts from everyone. But you need an innovative platform to allow everyone to participate. So I think this is a very interesting innovation we've seen, and it also helped the poor farmers to lift their poverty. They don't have to do anything. All they need to do is register on this platform, and they will get, I think, around 2,000 RMB per year. They don't have to do anything. It helps their poverty lifting. So I think this is a very innovative way, and we are helping it to further promote in other areas in China. So I think this is a very interesting example that, sustainability is not only a, milestone, important goal for all human races, it's also a business opportunity.
Yes, very well said, Tianqi. Thank you for sharing this very, very inspiring example. I did not realize that it has come to even the youth, have such great interest in this carbon neutrality, and so this is very exciting, very optimistic about the future. I was very much hoping for a question to come on, how a practical question, and indeed I saw a question about again youth or students in Hong Kong. How do they participate and join into all this exciting opportunity that we just mentioned? I think Fred just now was going to explain a little bit more about how to get some of those skills that you mentioned. Fred, please.
Thanks for the question. I think in order to help students, especially students, to actually get the skill they need for future, right? I think the private-public partnership is very important. It's not a single company or a single government or department or single school can actually do that. It's really required on a partnership among industry, among the education system and school themselves, including parents, of course. So what I wouldn't say we are doing the only thing, but I think it's the right thing that we've been doing is actually partner with the Bureau back about almost 20 years now. And we actually have a program called Partner in Learning. So throughout these 20 years of partnership, we actually, every 4 years, actually, we change the direction. For the previous agreement that we worked with the Hong Kong government is we were pretty much focused on future skill. So what we did is actually, they allow us to actually reach out to all the schools in Hong Kong and university to actually strike an agreement or partnership to actually kind of integrate or include this digital technology into extra curriculum activities. So we also not just work with school and the Bureau itself, we also work with NGO like this student or teachers organization with Hong Kong to work with them to promote the learning of the technology. So what we offer in addition to this partnership is offer this learning path, online learning path. Okay, so we actually have a category called student. So you go to Microsoft Learn, it's an online platform where actually over millions of people actually learn Microsoft technology from this online platform. But these people that come to our platform primarily are really administrator, system administrator, programmer, cloud administrator. They probably a little bit more, too difficult for students, right? So last year we actually create a path called students. So you identify you as a student, so we actually give you some recommendation what you should learn. Okay, if you're a beginner, learn the fundamental skill, right? AI fundamental, big data fundamental, or cloud fundamental. So you learn it, and you actually can get certified. So we actually work with, for example, VTC and some university in Hong Kong as well. We get the student certified on our skill, and they actually find a job right away after getting that. So this is really about partnership, a private-public partnership. We have to work with the education systems as well, NGO and school, to actually promote the culture of learning digital skill. That's primarily what we have been doing in the last few years in Hong Kong.
Excellent, Frank. I think for one, if the youth watching this program, they're already starting to learn because they're getting all this new knowledge. And definitely, apart from what Fred had mentioned, in Hong Kong, if you are young entrepreneurs, you can also tap the HKTDC's resources. We have a lot of programs. Pardon me for doing a little bit of advertisement. We do want to help the youth entrepreneurs, in particular, to acquire both digital marketing skill we mentioned earlier, and also a lot of these new technological skills that are required in doing business and sort of in realizing more business opportunity in this digital economy. So we are actually coming to the end of our session, and we have about 3 minutes left. So I want to give each speaker about a minute to conclude, to what would be the most important thing that our audience can bring our way today. Hopefully something on the positive side. We hope the world will resume to normal very soon, hopefully miraculously. But if not, at least very soon. So if I may I this time around start with Kevin and then go this direction as any sort of final words, encouragement for our youth and audience?
Thank you, Dr. Lau. I think I still want to encourage our youth as I have experience as each year I support a program in Beijing, and then the over 40 universities. They have a different groups going into we call it a youth serving our country. Going as a social experience program. Go to like a northwest area to tackle poverty, or you go to a technology bureau to learn about technology experience, how to apply on various things, and also I think we should have Hong Kong quotas for such program. Join hands with mainland students, go into different areas, poverty, technology, learn your experience from there. Secondly is annually we all have various of summer internship programs. Some states-owned corporates that also I experience is you should go to internship. Why? Because state-owned corporates, they have a lot of footprints in Band Road. Go even after internship, you can still work with them in Hong Kong. They have all Hong Kong offices here. Then you can go travel to Band Road countries to experience. That's one of the best choice for the youth. So I think don't stay in Hong Kong. Go everywhere and you can learn your skill in Hong Kong and through digital, or you can go personally experience in mainland or in Belt and Road. Yeah.
I really like that. I really hope we can really get that opportunity to travel around, travel to mainland, travel to international, to find more opportunities for everyone. Yeah, very good, Kevin. What about you, CK?
Yeah, it's all of us discussed earlier. I think technology is a new language that everybody needs to take on. I think I highly encourage every one of you to learn about technology. I think you guys know more technology than myself. So I think be brave and learn about technology and turn them into great products to solve the industry pain point and social pain points. So I think this is very important. The second thing is I really agree with Kevin about taking internship. And sometimes I think more than internship, when the gates open, go to the markets. I think international exposure is very, very great for your career development. And also, what you learn from international exposure is, I think the most important thing is become the cultural sensitivity. There are a lot of conflicts created by cultural difference. But at the same time, there are opportunities when you see the difference. So I hope you guys can make full use of the opportunities to learn more about different cultures.
Very well said. Alfred?
Yeah, again, I think growth mindset. I encourage everybody to learn. This skill will not be able to pick up the skill without learning. And you might ask and say, I don't go to university. I'm not qualified to go to university. You don't really have to go to university to learn all this digital skill or IT skill. You can actually go to FYG. Actually, FYG have an AI and robotic course actually subsidized by government, ELB. You don't have to be. I don't want you to stay at home and do nothing. Just come out and take a course and pick up some skill. If you find it very interesting, continue to learn from online or offline platform. A lot of opportunity. Please come out and learn more. Okay, we have a growth mindset.
Excellent. And last but not least, Tianqi.
Thank you. I just want to have I think my final word is that I think you are in a very special age. Just like I mentioned, the disruptive technology is happening in a rate that is unprecedented in human race. So you cannot just follow the old ways and expecting that everything will be fine, because every day new things are rising, the old things are falling. So I think the biggest advice is to open up your horizon, embrace the new things, because as a youngster, this is what you are required to do. And I think we are, the G20YEA China Council is proud to also support a few nonprofit education program, is to connect the top unicorn founders, the leading leaders, to connect them with the young students, to help them to understand and get more exposure to what the new things, the innovative things that are changing the world. And we're very proud to do that. And I actually very much look forward to discuss more with my fellow panelists for if we can see something that we can do together. Thank you.
Excellent. Indeed, this has been a very fruitful panel because, I have heard so many new things and hopefully the audience have picked out a few that they can action upon. I think the final words from our panelists have mentioned that, particularly we need to take action. Once you identify the opportunities, there are a lot of support programs, a lot of opportunities for you to grasp internship or other programs that you can find to realize those opportunities, and that it's most important to take action to move yourself forward. So with that, I thank all my expert panelists today, Kevin, CK, Fred, and also Tianqi online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last but not least, we would like to take a group photo. So right now we'll have the screen turned on to have a group photo with our participants, and our guests here can just look at the camera in front of us. Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Just now we've been talking about the importance of technology, and so HKFYG here today is also using this hybrid form for the group photo. Okay, thank you. Once again, a big thank you to all our panel speakers, Mr. C.K. Chan, Mr. Han Tianqi, Mr. Kevin Orr, Mr. Fred Xu, and our moderator, Dr. Patrick Lau, for the wonderful and professional sharing. I am sure that all our participants now know much more about the importance of technology and how to advance their career in the Belt and Road region. Next, we will have an interesting and interactive workshop session, Resetting a Greener Belt and Road. It will be starting at 3:20. For registered participants, please transit to another Zoom meeting room, which we have earlier provided in the email. If you have any technical difficulties, again, contact us on the chat and we will provide assistance. For other participants, please come back here for Plenary 3 at 4:30. Thank you. Welcome back. Today, we have learned a lot about green financing, digitalization of the Silk Road, and we have even tried to promote sustainable development by arts. We now come to our last plenary session. The theme of the last plenary session is Creating a Sustainable Green Belt by Youth. This session sheds light on talent development by exploring the industry needs, especially on ESG. You will learn about how young people may learn and transform skills to get prepared for the numerous opportunities brought by BRI. Today, we have here with us 5 panel speakers and moderator. Same as the previous sessions, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to send them to the chat room, and our moderator will help you pass the sessions. May I now pass the time to Ms. Miranda Wong, Director of the HKFYG Leadership Institute, to facilitate the panel discussion. Ms. Wong, please.
Thank you, Annette, and good morning, good afternoon, good night, good evening, no matter where you are. It's an online forum. Once again, welcome to the Belt and Road Youth Forum 2021, organized by the Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups Leadership Institute. It's my great pleasure because I'm taking a dual role, of course, as the organizer and also as the moderator, that I could actually facilitate this lively discussions with all these wonderful speakers. And today with me actually on site is Dr. Sabrina Tin, our seasoned HR expert, and of course our online speakers joining us. I have 3 special speakers today, including Ms. Winnie Shack, Mr. Leon Ton, and also Nicholas Ho, that we're going to speak with them very, very soon. Okay, so I think we have all been talking about the importance of young people, and I think it's really not just a cliche to say young people are our future, but it's really about how we can actually engage them in important topics like Belt and Road and also sustainability. And throughout the whole day, from morning session to now, we have different topics, including green financing, digitalization, how young people can actually ride on these opportunities, can contribute more. That's really about what we want to do here. So may I now first invite my online speaker, Mr. Nicholas Ho. He's also the co-convener of the working group of Belt and Road of the Hong Kong General Chamber of Commerce, one of the most renowned chamber of commerce in Hong Kong. Nicholas, from your perspective, you are also a very young architect. What are the key issues that young people must know about Belt and Road, and especially in relation to sustainable development goals?
Thank you, Miranda, for having me. Yes, a bit of background about General Chamber of Commerce is we have been pushing for Belt and Road sort of efforts for almost 5 years now. And myself, I've been on this journey since the beginning, 7 years ago. And prior to that, 20 to 25 years ago, we were in Southeast Asia, and that was before the Belt and Road. So I think there's a lot of lessons learned along the way that we can share with especially young leaders of tomorrow. I think a lot of SMEs and also youth in Hong Kong wants to explore overseas market, but often find it very difficult, don't know where to start, the risk profile, what are the thresholds, and how to access these market opportunities. And Belt and Road can get very daunting for a lot of people because it's not one big country, but hundreds of very small economies and very diverse background, different language, regulation, population, so on and so forth. So I think, even at our chamber, over 90% of our members are actually SMEs. And that's actually the same figures in Hong Kong, where over 90% of the companies are SMEs. So how do we bridge that communication? I think, first and foremost, we really encourage a lot of seminars and information sharing and information toolkits as these kind of basic sort of market intelligence insights sharing with SMEs and youth. And I think for young people trying to work in these, find work in these Belt and Road countries, a lot of the opportunities actually comes from going together, bundling together with SMEs or with bigger corporates so they can explore these markets together. Because some SMEs, not many, but some SMEs have multi-offices along the Belt and Road as well as Hong Kong and mainland. So these are opportunities that even at the Chamber we try to promote and share. But again, going back to your question on youth sort of mobility in the Belt and Road, we find during COVID in the past 2 years, in fact, we thought that youth mobility or opportunities will go down, but in fact it went up because of the digital side of things, of the economy. And Belt and Road has often been prided as the physical connectivity between among different economies to enhance trade and to have professional services, export, so on and so forth. But during the pandemic, we're seeing an increase in SMEs' digital connectivity in terms of e-commerce, in terms of digital services, in terms of their collaborations with their ASEAN counterpart. So I think SMEs has, or youth has an ability and already has accustomed to how to benefit using technology and a digital space in order to access these new markets and also these new opportunities that gave rise because of the pandemic. And SMEs are always very agile, they're always very flexible. That gives them that kind of edge. And at General Chamber of Commerce, we're very happy to see that many youths have jumped on it as well, and many sort of young companies and young graduates come together and work together. I mean, we have, apart from Belt and Road Committee, we also have a Youth Development Committee at our chamber as well, which we try to facilitate these kind of opportunities and sharing. But I think going forward, as you mentioned briefly, green and ESG connectivity is going to be a prevailing trend in the world. And we are seeing this increase in uptake from MNCs, big corporates, to SMEs to build their own in-house green professional team to sort of address this green economy future that we're living.
Yeah, thank you, Nicholas, for giving me an easier job by talking quite a number of topics that we will go into details, including digitalization and social mobility. So Leon, may I also bring this question to you? It's because, as Nicholas has mentioned, the whole Belt and Road actually concerns over 100 countries and regions, right? And you're actually based in Singapore, working a lot with social enterprises, indeed. So from your perspective, what are the major development trends that young people should know about Belt and Road and sustainability?
Well, thank you, Miranda, for having me, and it's wonderful to be, speaking with you again, and speaking with all this youth and being able to share a lot more. It's exciting also to hear from Nicholas how they're supporting SMEs and startups and young companies, because I absolutely agree that that's where a lot of the flexibility and the power of technology and innovation will come from. Hi, everyone. I'm Leon To. I'm the Executive Director and Managing Partner for Damson Capital. We are an impact investment company based in Singapore. For us, we look at impact investments as supporting young startups who are using business models to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So any companies who are trying to alleviate poverty, trying to support the environmental causes and actually decarbonize supply chains, or even decarbonizing the world and different activities, that's the types of young companies that we invest in, we support, and then we help scale them and grow them if they have a great amount of potential. When we look at the overall trends itself in BRI itself and the question of sustainability, I think what is first and foremost really interesting as a trend is realizing how much startups have been leveraging capital really well. And many of them, especially in Southeast Asia, have actually shown great potential to punch above the weights. And there have been very good case studies where you don't need trillions of dollars to really make a significant difference. So for example, one of the companies that we're very proud of at Damson Capital is a company based in Indonesia that does last mile logistics. And we actually hire youth at risk, marginalized youth with some disability. And with them, we actually do last mile delivery packages. That means the person who knocks on your door and gives you the package, that's our guys. And with that, we actually deliver all the packages at zero carbon footprint. That means we use zero gas, zero petrol. And that's been really wonderful. We've been able to spread across 6 different cities across Indonesia. And today, if you actually order in big online stores like Lazada, Shopee, which is partly for Lazada supported by Alibaba, those green packages, delivery packages, those actually come from us, and our courier is actually delivering it for them. So we're actually finding very simple ways through small companies to scale very innovative ideas and to actually deliver on the green initiatives. And if you think that it's actually a company which is not very, very small, actually their per package delivery per courier is as high, if not twice as high, as our motorbike petrol guzzling cousins in Indonesia. So we're very proud that we get to be one of the largest green logistics companies there. And these small companies, and what we're seeing here in the overall trend, for example, between say 2013 to now, we've seen a 40 times increase in investments in climate technology. And that's really, really good. We're seeing a lot of people dedicating financing into this space. And what that means is that it's shifting the tide of a lot of big companies being able to adopt a lot of innovative ideas from startups, and also startups leveraging their solutions to really make a difference on the UN SDGs. And that's really shifting the tide. So why does it matter? And it matters because for people, the technology advances and the infrastructure investment that you see with BRI is actually leveling the playing field, creating that accessibility to have an inclusive market that actually allows different countries to connect to these 100-odd countries that are involved in the BRI. And actually being involved in the BRI also involves elements of technology like AI, cloud, blockchain, advanced sensors. And these are all the different elements that are going into elements like how do we actually decarbonize the supply chains? And these answers are coming from these initiatives, which we need to push further for more. And I think that's been great because one of the biggest things for us in Southeast Asia and South Asia has been questions around greenwashing and how do we actually stem the tide from selecting solutions which do slightly better to solutions which are actually appropriate to the context and needs of what it looks slightly different in places like Indonesia. So, and the last point I would say is why now and why is it important? Well, the easiest answer is we know that global warming is a huge problem. It needs to happen and we need to solve it today. And most importantly, and thankfully, a lot of consumers are also shifting to it. So that's a great answer for us to say, this is a time for change to happen. And we're very, very happy to have initiatives like BRI to make that shift happen. I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you, Leon. Very insightful sharing, and especially when we heard about 40 times more investment on climate change, and also your very interesting case about the zero carbon packaging. And I'm sure that's the reason we have to engage young people, especially on creativity. So I see Winnie is zipping a cup of water because she knows I'm going to shift the attention on her because putting it in a practical manner, I mean, SDG is really something so big, right? In the United Nations, a framework actually helping all the companies to put things in a realistical way through the ESG, and also how corporates can actually be more socially responsible on it. And actually, according to an HSBC survey, it's found that about 40% of the institutional investors are holding back because they see the lack of ESG-related talents. So I would like to bring this question to Winnie, how ESG has actually changed the company needs on your staff and talents.
Thank you, Miranda. So first of all, thank you very much for having Deloitte and myself into this forum. And we feel very honored to be able to share some of the insights, in particular on talent recruitment and talent retainment to all of you. So following what Nicholas and Leon, probably I will spend a few minutes introducing to all of you what Deloitte is and what company actually we are. So I guess some of the attendants might have heard about Big Four. So Deloitte is actually one of the Big Four accounting firms. And nowadays, we don't really consider ourselves as an accounting firm. More to say, we would consider Deloitte as a high-tech consulting and all-rounder advisory firm nowadays. What we actually do in terms of traditional business is that we still offer audit and assurance services to our clients. Mostly they are listed companies. And apart from it, we also offer a very big spectrum of advisory work, including tax and legal services. And this is where I come from. I'm actually doing tax consulting. We also have a consulting team doing a lot of consulting work, including cloud computing, including human capital and all kinds. And when we are talking about merger and acquisitions or deals that Leon have just mentioned, in particular, like Miranda has just talked about the return on investment and how the corporates actually hold back the investment, looking at the ESG talents. And this is what our risk advice, our financial advisory team is doing. And while we are talking about ESG, and this is what actually our risk advisory team is actually working on. So when Miranda is asking about the United Nations actually put together regulations asking the corporates and the local community to meet certain ESG targets by the time of 2030, both corporates, including Deloitte as well as the market, actually see the challenge. First of all, it's the stringent timeline because the UN actually set up a timeline on 2030, but I guess a lot of corporates, including those medium-sized, probably is the first time they heard about ESG. So all of them, including Deloitte and the local community, actually have to, first of all, learn what exactly the content is. And then secondly, to rethink about all kinds of processes and what we actually would have or would be able to do in order to meet the ESG commitment. So in terms of the need, when we're talking about talent, usually we talk about the demand and supply. So we'll talk about the need first. When we're talking most of the corporates, as some of the attendants might be aware of, actually in Hong Kong and some of the countries within the Asia Pacific region, the government actually already put up ESG reporting requirement. And this is not something new, actually put up for a number of years already. So in terms of the market need, I think most of the listed companies actually have an annual or the very regular compliance requirement in order to meet this kind of ESG compliance and the reporting requirement. So in terms of the corporate, it probably will create some stress or the demand on the resources on how they would be able to come up with those kind of reporting, as well as to generate enough data to justify and to substantiate the validity of their claim and commitment in terms of the public disclosure. So in terms of the market of the professional space, we actually ensure of the talents on how we will be able to generate ideas, how we'll be able to analyze data, to read the regulatory requirement, and to calculate all kinds of indicator or parameter in order to meet those ESG requirements. So go back to Miranda's questions on the talent need. I think under this ever-changing environment, in particular on the ESG demand, both the market and the professional space actually looking for ways to encourage more young talents to engage in the ESG area. Not only on the business side, like what Leon has talking about, how to engage the corporates to transform their business model to be more environmental friendly or be more socially responsible. In addition to what Nicholas has mentioned, the flexible, medium-sized corporates try to, engage themselves to the latest environment. But we, as a professional space, are also in a very big demand in acquiring the up-to-date knowledge to engage in the technology advancement and to help the corporate clients. And together with us, we are also part of the corporate itself. In order to meet this 2030 deadline.
Thank you, Winnie. So I think in short, we're talking about a war for talents, right? It has always been like this. We always need talent. We need young people. So of course, together with me, Sabrina, it now comes to you, very seasoned HR professional, also the Chief Human Resources Officer of Lun Tai Group. So I have found some of those surveys talking about different scales of company. They're doing different type of investment in the ESG and also SDG. And even in the pandemic time, actually, it shows that companies in Europe area are doing more than those in Asia countries. So from your perspective, do you see any geographical differences in terms of the talent investment and all that?
Yeah, I do. First of all, thanks so much, Miranda, okay, for having me again. We were doing some, a lot of support for your youth people a few years back. And I'm from Lun Thai Group, a family business for over 50 years already. We started 50 years ago, we started as a manufacturer, OEM garment manufacturer. To today, 90% of the business actually spanning across different business, including retail, hotel, and fishing, even fishing. We did a lot of sustainable fishing in the West Pacific Ocean, fishing tuna fish, and also other real estate. We also have our cargo flights in Micronesia, in US, Saipan, Guam, China, mainland China, and also Hong Kong, and other Asia areas. Back to your questions, definitely. I would say that overall in Asia, USG and ESG is still, at a very infancy stage, I would say. And a number of the business that we have right now do respond to the requirements, to the government requirements. And I would say that it's mostly driven by the industrial requirements only. Whether we are being very proactive in building and implementing ESG policy, sustainability, we're not quite there yet. For example, a couple of entities under our group are listed. And so we do need to follow the listing rules. That's why, we did a lot of things. We put a lot of effort in fulfilling the listing rules. And also for retail, we also, put a lot of efforts, research on the materials that we used on the packagings, as what Leon said early on. And on fishing, of course, in terms of the number of liners being sent out in operations or, being restricted by the regulations, I would say. But not until recently, we started expanding into the investment business. And then we started, the board, the top management started talking about what kind of business we should be investing. And then that prompted us to think a lot, which one, we got a lot of money, so which business shall we be investing? And then we engaged consultant, and we started thinking that everything we're investing in should be leading us to the future. And then what is future? In a family business like ours, and on the building legacy, successions matter a lot. And then we have a lot of discussion going on. What is succession, What's building legacy? And we found that sustainability, is one of the very, very key word. We have to build the future generations, and it brought us to have a lot of brainstorming in the board about what's next for us. And in terms of the workforce, we are starting to build a very wide, more inclusive, widely inclusive policy on sustainability, such as fairness. What's fairness? What's equity? What's diversity? Everybody's been talking about it. In the mainland China, in Hong Kong, everybody's been talking about it, but I would say most of the companies limiting this to organizing event, CSR events, charity event, environmental friendly activities. But again, whether these staff, employees, or all the stakeholders have a macro sense, I've had questions. But the good thing is we have a shifting, shifting towards that directions. Everybody knows that even though you are not in a listing companies, whether you are restricted by the regulations, government regulations, but that's the future. If we need to build our business and bring it to the next generations.
Yeah, Thank you, Sabrina. I think is a very good viewpoint that we're doing it not just for the compliance, right, but really doing it for our next generation. And so that's why here we are today to bring this topic to our young people and see how they can better contribute. And while at the same time, I'm also calling for the audience online. Please feel free to drop your questions at the chat box, and we're going to address your questions very soon. Okay, so I think we have just talked about something very macro, like what SDG could be about, BRI, what young people should know about. So going down more deeply, because you are all working in big corporates and Leon looking after some smaller social enterprises, to be very accurately, what kind of skills or mindset you are looking for? I would love Leon to first answer my questions, because you are investing, right? You are an employer, while at the same time you're also taking care of different social enterprises. And then I would love to have Nicholas answering the question, because again, you are also sitting at the work group of Belt and Road, knowing the operations of all of the corporates, and see if there are any differences or similarities on the specific skill sets or mindset we love our young people to possess on this topic. Leon, please.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Miranda. You start me off with the hardest question. Okay. I think that there are two aspects to it. There's the skill sets and the mindset, as you rightly said. And with the skill sets, obviously there's a with the shift in the tide, especially on climate change and climate tech, for example. I think one of the interesting things that have really come through is all the different technology advancement and technology specific skill sets which have been refocused. So for example, engineers having an engineering background, but actually really having a much stronger appreciation for design-led work with, and intermingling and working with architects for the matter. People coming from the AI, cloud, blockchain system, but really appreciating agriculture through blockchain as well. And there's some very, very interesting advanced sensors work that are going into production in supply chains itself, but also working with logistics companies to figure out what is the new micro hub of the future, and using that technology. So skill set wise, I think there are definitely, especially in Asia, or I would say, a lot of my knowledge in Southeast Asia is very much a huge gap in these very deep tech or strong technology engineering backgrounds that we haven't seen enough of come through, but more importantly, also the underemployment of these skill sets, because there are very, very well-trained individuals from places like as far out as Thailand, Indonesia, but then the real question is, are they then fully utilized for the talent to apply into the climate technology space? And I think the answer is yes and no, right? We've seen some good opportunities, and we've seen many of them decide that engineering is really not their thing, and they end up going into other spaces. So that's one element of the skill sets. I think in the mindset going forward, especially in climate tech, or in the SDGs, and bring that forward, especially for young companies. What I talked about before, especially for this cross-sectional element of study, where people who actually are studying blockchain, especially say in Singapore, and let me just be clear, Singapore is even smaller than Hong Kong. So if we wanted to get blockchain experts to learn about agriculture, they're not going to do it in Singapore. So they're going to be flying across, to Indonesia, into Thailand, into India to learn about agriculture, but try to bridge those two elements so that they can actually do very good traceability software and blockchain systems that can actually identify where all your food is coming from, so that it's also being well protected, and you also have a lot of accountability through those companies or the people who are selling the agriculture. So skill sets wise, mindsets wise, I think it's quite interesting that even though you have one element of skill set, I think one of the interesting things that we've seen is a lot of interdimensional plays and inter-skill set plays of people coming together and working together. So I think that's one of the most fascinating, exciting, and I think way that we're trying to encourage a lot more talent to be molded in Southeast Asia. Because if you only want to be identified as an engineer, you're missing out on a great opportunity to do even more, is what we would say. So that's one of the key components of the mindsets that we're definitely trying to push. Last point on mindset, I would say, is the portion of in terms of exploring and pushing the boundaries. One thing that we have yet to really see in climate change or even in social impact is that we want individuals who are committed to making a transformative difference. And when you are committed to making a transformative difference, that means every time we talk about our supply chain, every time we talk about logistics, every time we're talking about the way we do business, one of the things that we're asking is, how do we do better? How do we not just do better, but also adopt even more leapfrog solutions to be more inclusive, for example. And one of the companies I'm very proud of that I co-founded is Eden and Ellie, where we hire adults with autism who can't get work traditionally, but we actually found a way to actually train them and prepare them for some part of the jewelry making process. And that's one of the beautiful things that we're asking. And I think that a lot of people are responding to it, not just from a PR standpoint, but if you're spending all this time working every day, might as well make it very purposeful every single minute that you're working. So I think individuals who are asking and pushing the ladder of the companies, of the employers, and the environment to say, how do we do better? How do we make this more transformative and more meaningful? I think that's also one mindset I would definitely say, please, I would highly encourage. I think it's there for everybody, especially the youth, but don't be afraid to express it.
Yeah, thank you, Leon. I think you yourself is doing a very good role model of always do things better. And actually at the Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups Leadership Institute, we are always upholding this value, how young people can be better and serve our society. And of course, I won't miss Nicholas, right? Because this question is also for you. From the corporate perspective, what kind of skill sets or mindsets you are looking for exactly?
Well, I think it's very similar to what Leon has mentioned. I think he's basically said it all, but I'll try to supplement. I think different MNCs are different. Different industry are also a little bit different. But in general, we are observing that there's a new trend where employers are not as adamant about hiring staff with very good qualifications or CVs or universities specifically. They are looking for individuals with more of a people skills rather than more soft skills rather than hard skills. And I think because one of the reasons is the world is changing so fast, the rate of change is very fast. What we've learned in university most probably will be irrelevant in a few years. And if you read reports from universities around the world saying that in 5 years' time, all the university graduates, 40% of them will be graduating with jobs that no longer exist based on what they study. And I'm also in a university as well, so I understand how long it takes for universities to transform their curriculum and how fast the outside world changes. So that those two curves will never sort of meet in reality. So that's why I think a lot of employers are frustrated with university graduates not having the appropriate skills, because once they graduate, they have certain expectations. They're more rigid, they're less flexible. But high school graduates nowadays with a great attitude, positive attitude, willing to work as a team, I think that's A+ for every employer. That's number one, I would say. I think second is they need to be willing to try new things, keep failing, keep trying, even as an employee. I think that's very important. And it's what's going to set that individual apart, willing to go the extra mile. And I think all the sort of hard skills, technical skills, these kind of things, I think, anyone can learn on the job, except maybe one or two professions like doctors or, architects or something. Maybe they need certain qualifications, to get a license. But in general, I think this trend of people skills over hard skills is much more important in the workplace today and in the future, because soft skills is something that robots and AI cannot replace you, but hard skills easily replaceable. And I think just to supplement, right now it's an employee market. So you know, I think anyone graduating with a decent degree and a half-hearted spirit can even get a job. That's no problem. In Hong Kong and in GBA or in Belt and Road, talent or even just employment, it's very difficult on the employer side, because it's very difficult to get the right people or people in general. But I think since the theme is on sustainability and ESG, we are observing, even together with Hong Kong Stock Exchange, we're observing this huge demand, growing demand on green professionals that we do not have. Green professionals can be really qualified, really experienced, or could be entry or junior level, but in general, the pool is not enough. Because in the past, only the big MNCs, the big corporates, big banks, they will want to hire these green professionals, whether it is in-house or external consultants, to help, you know, for image purposes, or maybe they do want to decarbonize their own business. But at exchange level, at global sort of banking alliance level, at LP and institutional money level, everyone is demanding ESG now. So that means it will not only be an exchange requirement for listed companies, but it will be a much deeper, much integrated, and much more involved approach, instead of just a report and that's it. So you're seeing MNCs and big corporates having their own chief sustainability officer, their chief digital officer now. You're seeing that big companies, instead of hiring outside consultants for a report, they're building their own in-house team to relook at their own operations, how to make it more SDG focused from ground up, basically. Yeah. So instead of greenwashing, you know, like what Leon mentioned, now they're really committed to look at it bottom up. And I think we are nowhere near in terms of the workforce to address this growing demand, whether it is mainland, GBA, Belt and Road, or, you know, in the entire world. So I think for green talents training, governments must encourage retraining, which is maybe they graduated with something has nothing to do with green or sustainability, but there's retraining programs to get people in the industry first, to help people sort of transform and transfer into a different sector, into the green economy. Retraining programs are very important for governments.
Exactly.
I think second is continuous training is also very important, because me as an architect or Leon as an investor, we need to be updated, we need to be trained, and we want our staff to be continuously trained. Instead of going to universities and take them out of workforce for 2 years, they can learn on the job with outside help. And I think third, obviously, is a more long-term approach. Universities and government should put in more funding for green professionals degrees, and so on and so forth.
Exactly,
and
Nicholas, thank you for... Yeah, thank you for saying that.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you for saying that, because of course we come from a non-profit organization. Definitely we would love to have more resources. And as what Nicholas, you have mentioned, right, the pool is never enough. And so I think the Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups really takes pride of working out this HSBC Future Skills Development Project in year 2019. And so far, over 65,000 young people have benefited from this program that we work on financial capability, future skills, future employment skills, and also innovation and technology. And especially in the pandemic time, we further advocate 6 core skills. And I'm so grateful that just now Leon and also Nicholas somehow echoed what we are saying on both the soft skills and also hard skills that actually include wellness, as we talk about our well-being, digital skills, life planning, creativity and problem solving, resilience and crisis management, and most importantly, we need this communication and collaboration skills. 6 future skills that we have advocated for, and that's why here today we have these experts telling our young people the importance for a future improve career and, of course, ESG-related job. So I think we have talked a lot about the skills, right, skills transformation, but really because of pandemic, we see the challenge, and indeed, based on the think tank, Youth Ideas of the HKFYG, we see that the pandemic has actually cut down at least 50% of young people's opportunities to have internship or other job shadowing opportunities. I would like to bring these questions to Winnie. How do you see the corporates can actually engage your employees or your future employees in this area?
Well, thank you, Miranda. Well, I do see where you actually come from because of a pandemic, because of a digital transformation, new normal. Probably in a lot of jurisdictions, the regular staff had yet back to their normal working the style. So it would certainly cut down some of the interns or internship placement for some of the corporates. Well, but for Deloitte, we actually have increased our requests on the internship, but mainly on the new areas, including what Leon have just mentioned on the digital side and probably what Nicholas had mentioned on the environmental, ESG, and even architect. So I think just echo what Nicholas has said, different business is actually different. They will have different requirement in terms of their talent need. But apparently, regardless of whether or not the corporates actually cut down on the internship placement or the permanent placements, even though it's the employee market right now, we do agree, but probably the young talents will actually have to have their own skill set, either on the hard skill or even the soft skill, in order to attract a better career path or a better compensation from their employees. So again, Miranda, I do see where your question has actually come from, even though Deloitte has yet cut down any internship placement, but apparently some of the corporates, because of the digital transformation and pandemic, certainly they will have a lesser need on the internship. But when we're talking about how to encourage our young talent to flare their future employees, probably I would not agree more than what Leon and Nicholas has mentioned. We are hoping to see young talents would have the self-learning ability. We're now in an ever-changing environment. I don't believe there is a ready talent that he or she would claim himself or herself that they know everything about ESG or green tech. So the ability to be able to continuous learning, to be able to generate new ideas, and to be passionate enough probably are the attributes that I believe most of our employees are looking for. In terms of the technical skills, nowadays I don't, because of the new normal and because you're talking about the pandemic, I think technology would be something very essential for our young talents. Even though some of our young talents would come from business streams or from art streams, but I think to some extent, your future employers or most of the employer would expect you would have a certain level of digital skills. We're not asking you to know everything about, talk about programming or even talking about very complex idea, blockchain, stuff like that. But you should be able to, demonstrate that you embrace the technology change. You know what the offering are in the market, and you know the directions for you to look up for improvement. From a digital side to items or topics more than that. So I think opportunities are still there, even though a lot of corporates might cut down the internship placements. But I see a lot of socially responsible corporates, including HSBC, might have sponsored some of the summer programs. So we do see there is more similar programs in the market. So we do encourage our young talents to look up for the opportunities both on live or online.
Okay, thank you, Winnie. So thank you for also mentioning about self-learning just now. As the audience actually see, I'm holding the book. This is actually published by the Federation and also working with HSBC about the 6 skills I have mentioned. If you're looking for self-learning resources, yeah, please do order it online. Okay, so Sabrina, would you like to add more on Winnie's comments on how corporates can actually engage their employees, especially in pandemic time, to be more ESG ready?
Yeah, sure. And definitely to add on, actually I heard a lot of insightful inputs from you speakers. I learned a lot myself. And I just, I was thinking, when was the last time when I was interviewing, I would ask the candidate, what's your GPA? What school, okay, you graduated from, okay? To me, these are really, really least important. And in mainland China, okay, I was there for a few months. I just came back last night. And so when I came across all the resumes, and they do, some of my more junior HR people, they cared about the ranking. Hey, boss, Sabrina, he or she is coming from this and that university. But to me, okay, I think for a long time I've not been concerned about what universities these candidates are coming from or what GPAs they got. I really don't care much about it at all. And back to the skill set, you all talked about. I would say ASK, the attitude, skills, knowledge. I would take attitude being the most important. What kind of attitude I'm looking for? Being open-minded, being receptive. I would not ask them for the GPA, but I will ask them. One of the questions I definitely would ask: how ready are you to live, to work with people outside Hong Kong, for example, those in the mainland China, or even traveling over? And you'd be surprised, 50-50. And some of them would respond, even say, I need to look after my mom. I need to look after my dad. I have to ask them. Okay, I did come across these, candidates who responded as such. And on the other hand, there are some, oh yeah, sure. And I'll be very, very glad when I hear, whenever they say, oh, actually, I came across some projects, even when I was studying, and also with some internship project that I actually, interacted with people outside Hong Kong, and even in the mainland China, in other parts of Asia, that really, really, really add, one thumbs up to me, okay. And I think turn the table around, I think as employer, we also need to pay more effort, more attention to help the candidates, those who got hired, to integrate into the workplace. And back to our day, okay? So only like the career advancement, career development, coaching, all this kind of thing, only provided to those middle management staff. But today, we will provide all this to even the entry-level employees, those are younger ones, in order to motivate them, engage them. Because we keep saying that we're not giving them simply a job, but a career. Yeah.
Thank you, Sabrina. As what you have mentioned, ASK, right? A attitude. I think just now we have had a long discussion about employment. As I look at the clock, I have only remaining 10 minutes to really shift attention to a higher level, the youth leadership. And I think that's exactly what the Leadership Institute has been working on. And we also see the potential of young people for taking care of ESG, not just for a job, but actually really driving positive changes for the world. From your perspective, our distinguished speakers today, how do you see young people can take a leadership role in the topic of SDGs? Because it concerns everyone. Maybe let me start from Winnie first, because I know Deloitte has also got a global survey about how the millennials or the Generation Z have been doing and what actually make them feel meaningful at their jobs.
Thank you, Miranda. So I think because USG is really a new topic to the global economy. So not only on us as an experienced professional, but all the young talents will be able to play a part. So what I want to point out is it is a topic that regardless of your age and experience, because everybody is actually learning. So in terms of our young talents, I think because they're young, they're passionate, and they will be able to adapt to changes and be embraced to the technology changes. So what the young talents will be able to generate or create value to ESG is probably they will be able to generate more new ideas for us, how to make our lives better, how to change our workflow to make it more green or more socially responsible. And because you are young and you have you are gifted to be more adaptive to changes, so probably you can make use of your network and the knowledge that you acquire from your education or your friends, how to come up with more collaborations within the local economy or even on the border scope. So I think I would pause a second to leave more time to other speakers to share their view.
Yeah, thank you, Winnie. I think that's very important to engage young people. And Leon, just now in the earlier sharing, you have highlighted the key roles of technology and digitalization. And I think today, when we talk about Generation Z or even the Alpha generation, they know the best tools for social media and all that. How do you see they can ride on these opportunities to shape the future?
Well, just to keep it short as well, because I know we're running out of time before I talk your ear off as well. I think two key points really for this next generation coming out into the workforce. Because you are coming brand new and you're just coming out as graduates, for example, or even young graduates who have been working under like 5-10 years, I think the interesting thing is that you have with social media, with your view of the world, with how you're influencing your social media and your people around you, I think you bring in a very interesting perspective, because you have not been as entrenched in certain perspectives of how things need to be, but it also gives you a license to ask why certain things are happening. And that in itself allows us to refresh, to reflect, and to discover, especially for the older people in the space, to be questioned, what could be a better way. And I think what it all comes back to me is, what do you think makes a very authentic ESG leader? Because ESG today is being transformed through ESG professionals, or as Nicholas rightly mentioned, green professionals. And I love that perspective. This is part of the transition for us to say, how do we be greener? But authentic ESG leadership in the future, especially for the youth today who are getting jobs, we're getting questions around, don't tell me about your CSR programs. Don't tell me just how you do green here. Tell me how you are green because you are existing, because you are purposeful, because in everything you do, you're considering ESG perspectives or UN SDG perspectives. So for me, how do we stand up, and how do you want to stand up and be authentic as an ESG leader, even if you're in the HR segment, the legal segment, the business development segment, or even the supply chain operations segment? Everybody has a part to play. So I will leave it right there.
Yep, thank you, Leon. So sometimes it's not easy to make a choice, right, when there are so many options. So Nicholas, from your perspective, especially when we talk about BRI, it covers like over 100 countries and regions, right, different small or big economies. How would you suggest young people to choose the location when we talk about social mobility? Do you have any advice to them?
Yeah, I think for going abroad or even finding a job, most cases, how we would do it, or in our Chinese culture, it's talk to your family and friends first. See who's there, who's uncle or auntie or friends of a friend or someone probably is working in BRI and what they're doing. And I think after you look outwards, you should look inwards. Like, what are your skills? What are your advantages? What's your edge? Is it your soft skills, your hard skills? If so, what are they, and what industry they fit in? And then after looking inwards, I would say find platforms or companies that you think is a good fit, and apply for it or try something. Because I think cases, it's always about friends, how friends helping friends. So I think these three steps, it's how I would do it. And I've seen many people using this. And platform could be, anything from GCC or Federation of Youth Groups or other platforms out there, which has very similar, very network as well.
Thank you, Nicholas. I do hope that the Federation is a good platform connecting youth with different experts and also government officials. So last question for Sabrina. As we see, ESG is a hot topic, right? Instead of thinking it as just a basic need, how can actually young people who are no longer fresh grads, right? They probably have started working for some years, how they can seize the chance to take it as a career advancement? Do you have any advice?
I think they have to create a story. They have to believe a story, a personal story. Curate a personal story. I really, really like what Nicholas said, an authentic story. Age, time doesn't matter at all, okay? One can start or restart one's career at any point in time in one's career. I think being authentic and having one's own authentic personal story matters a lot.
Very useful. I will create my story too. So for the last 3 minutes, I hope all of my speakers using around like 30 seconds to really give your last piece of advice. How do you think a young person can actually become a sustainable leader? Just now, Leon mentioned the ESG leader, but I would put it at a higher level on the bigger framework on SDG. What do you think a young person right now, today, can start doing? Free flow to you.
Oh, maybe I'll take the first line.
Thank you,
I would
Winnie.
encourage our young talents to start reading on the context relating to green technology or all kinds of new topics, because I think everything will be started with at least some of the knowledge. So I would encourage all of you to start reading, open up your minds, and be ready of all the evolutions and changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Winnie. Open mind is essential, of course. Next.
I will add another point, being culturally intelligent. And one has to be sensitive to the culture and history, and also thoughts and experience being brought by other people in different places. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Cultural intelligence is definitely something essential during discussions and also different collaborations, right? Leon, also Nicholas.
I think I don't think I can have much to add, to be honest. I think staying relevant is very important. The world is changing so fast. Whether it is personal growth, whether it is learning, as previous speakers mentioned, I think staying relevant is very important because the world is changing very fast.
Thank you, Nicholas. Leon.
So I talk about authenticity, and I think Sabrina brought up a really good point. I think context is really important. One thing that we've learned in Southeast Asia and impact investments and social enterprises is that just because the technology works in one place doesn't mean it always works in the next country that you bring it to. So being able to understand context, being able to understand circumstances of different people and why certain problems are there, it's very, very important. And very, very quick example is that, for example, plastic waste, we know how to solve and change plastic waste and recycle it. The technology has been there for a long time, but we've just not done enough of it. And how does it execute? There's a lot of context, a lot of circumstances that unfortunately make it very difficult. So understanding those elements will make you even more effective as a sustainability leader.
Thank you very much to my distinguished speakers, and also for our online audience. By staying with us here, you will know this is highly relevant to you. And if you may actually recognize, this panel is very special because this is the only panel with both male and female speakers and moderators. So we are really touching on the SDG when we talk about gender equality. So once again, thank you very much and for supporting us, and also for all the online audience. And we are really connecting young people with these important agendas about Belt and Road and sustainability. And we believe that with young people, we can definitely create a greener future. Thank you. And time pass back to our MC, Annette.
Thank you very much. Now is the time for the group photo. So I would like to invite all speakers to look at the camera. Yes, really big smile here. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, thank you very much. Again, let's express our heartfelt gratitude to all our panel speakers, Mr. Nicholas Ho, Ms. Winnie Shek, Dr. Sabrina Tin, Mr. Leon To, and our moderator, Ms. Miranda Wong, for such an informative and insightful sharing. We have learned a lot about ESG industries, how youth can join into different industries, and how they can equip themselves for better career development. This marks the end of HSBC Future Skills Development Project, Belt and Road Youth Forum 2021, Sustainability on the Move. On behalf of the HKFYG Leadership Institute, thank you to all our distinguished speakers and moderators today for putting together such a successful program. We would also like to thank HSBC and all our supporting organizations for making this a big success. Of course, we would also like to join you all for your participation today. We hope that you enjoyed the forum and learned a lot about different trends, as well as the future developments of sustainability in BRI. So, I would like to wish you all an early Merry Christmas, stay warm, and we wish to see you soon in future activities. Thank you.